Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the International Climate Control Conference. My name is Caitlin Southwick, and I'm the founder and CEO at Key Futures and founder at Key Culture. So yesterday, we were joined by colleagues from around the globe to analyze and explore how we are working with climate control updates. What's been really exciting to see is not only that this is possible, but how impactful it actually is. Today's program is a wide variety of case studies, investigations, and once again, what we like to do here, myth busting. Over the past couple of years, museums from around the globe have been taking action to update their climate control, which not only saves money and carbon, but also makes your loans much more accessible. And of course, we want to be sharing our art with the world. That's part of our whole mission. So today what we're going to be doing is looking at not only continuing to investigate the Danish museums and their case studies, but introducing our French cohort and also looking at some of the obstacles that people have commonly referred to when it comes to loans and climate control updates. We'll be investigating government indemnity schemes, as well as looking at how to rewrite your loans to make them more accessible and more sustainable. I'm so excited today to be joined by colleagues from all over the globe who are going to be exploring how they handle climate control updates in different contexts. Later today, we're also going to be joined by colleagues from ICCC who are going to talk about sustainability from the perspective of the Global South. So it's really exciting for us today to be investigating all of these exciting opportunities. What we hope that you take away from this conference is some inspiration, because one of the things that we're going to see is that climate control updates are possible for everyone everywhere. Now, this being said, it may look different in different contexts. One thing that we've learned already is that every museum is different. We didn't need the conference to tell you that, right? But what's really exciting is that that means that there's always an opportunity, no matter what's going on with your conversations internally, no matter what type of collection you have, no matter what type of building you have, and no matter where you're located in the world, there's always opportunity to make impactful change. So this morning, what I wanted to do was talk a little bit about our summary yesterday, highlight some of the key passages, and then tell you a little bit more about the climate control program that we've been running at Key Futures. After that, I will be presenting Émilie Girard, the president of ICOM France, who's going to be walking us through the program. Please note that Émilie's presentation will be in French. We do have Zoom translations as subtitles, but just to let you know that they're not always perfect. So hopefully your French is good enough we can follow along. Nice to see you. Good morning, Émilie. I'll get to you in just a minute. So yesterday, we were joined by colleagues from all over the globe who have been taking action to update their climate control practices. We talked about leadership, the importance of getting supervisory staff on board, and the importance of getting directors on board. We had Maggie Appleton from the National Museum Directors Council, who basically busted the myth saying that directors are not in favor of updating climate control. They are. End of discussion. And if you are having issues talking to your director about this, one of the easiest things to do is talk about financial savings. We talked a lot about how much money you can save by updating climate control conditions, because updated conditions generally equals less energy, less carbon, and consequently, that turns into financial savings. What was really cool about what we learned yesterday as well is that these financial savings and these energy savings are cumulative, which means that you might do an action today, and while it'll save you X amount of energy, that means that tomorrow it's going to save even more, and the next day even more, and the next year 10 times that amount. So all of these actions really add up, not just single impact, but long term. And this is, of course, something as museum professionals we're very into. Some of the other things that we explored yesterday was this idea of ideal conditions, best practice, and standards. And what we learned is that best practice is actually not numbers in a book. It's not a table. It's not this magic range. It's actually very contextual. And what best practice really is for climate control, for collections care, will depend completely on your context. So your type of collection, the history of your collection, where your museum is located, what your building can do, if you have facilities like HVAC systems, what those facilities can do. And the best way to actually care for your collections is to look at your collections, not to look at these international guidelines. We examined the BISO refresh, which tells this in a little bit more eloquent way, which is basically the fact that these guidelines are really there to be a starting off point. It's a way that you can look at collections care and climate control from the perspective of this is where we can start from while we're doing all of the research needed, while we're doing the investigations needed, while we're analyzing our collections to see what's actually needed. And then you can start putting those more bespoke conditions into place. One of the other things that we learned is that if you do have a sensitive object that requires strict climate control, the best thing that you can do is put it in a microclimate. It is almost impossible to regulate buildings to very strict parameters. And we learned yesterday that every museum is going to experience some sort of malfunction. Machines are machines, they break down sometimes. I had a little panic moment last night when Zoom kicked me off, and I was like, okay, this is not a good time for this. But this happens. And we know that it happens. Your HVAC system might malfunction. A damper might get stuck, and all of a sudden you have no way to get fresh air in. There are a million things that could go wrong. And so if we do have really sensitive objects, best practice is to put that thing in a box. Not a box that we can't see through, because of course we want to be able to enjoy it, but a microclimate, a place that we can control the environment and we can ensure that. Some of the other things that were really exciting for us to explore was, I would say, taking off that perfectionist hat. So many times we think that we have to have the ideal conditions for our objects, but actually what we're trying to move away from is this idea of ideal, and move more towards the idea of acceptable or necessary. Because actually these really, really strict standards that we have are not ideal, because guess what? They're not financially viable, they're not environmentally sustainable. And as we heard yesterday, the sector is moving towards a green first approach. We're also moving towards a more budget conscious approach. We talked a lot about the idea that as a cultural sector, we are in danger. We know that we are constantly battling with resource scarcity. We're always thinking about the fact that there are budget cuts either happening or looming ahead. And the reality is that this is a really great way for us to get ahead of the game when it comes to managing our resources. Because if we can save money on our energy, then we can use that to keep jobs. We can use that to expand the activities that we want to be doing. We shouldn't be wasting money on energy unnecessarily when we have other much more valuable places to put it. So a lot of what we're looking at today and what we're talking about in this entire conference is this idea that ideal is not a standard. Ideal is not a number. Ideal is something that works for you. Ideal is something that we have to stop saying. So I wanted to spend a couple of minutes before I introduce our first guest, talking about what we've been doing in Denmark and what we're now going to be doing in France. As you all know, in 2022, we hosted the first International Climate Control Conference. And the outcome of that was this idea that we needed to put talk into action. We realized that it was time to update our climate control and start talking about it as updates, because semantics are very important. You'll hear me say that a lot instead of relaxing your ranges or loosening your standards. That doesn't sound professional. Let's use update. But the problem was that, once again, the how was at play. How do you update your climate control? What type of expertise do you need? And how do we do this in a way that is accepted by our peers? Because of course we know that loan agreements have traditionally been a barrier for this. So we put together an international panel of experts to create a methodology for how we could actually walk institutions through the process of updating the climate control. A huge thank you goes out to all of our um, friends around the globe who put input into this, including Simon Lambert, including Dave Fickett, Lucas Baratz, Joel Taylor, Marie Desrochers, Chris Cameron, Fiona Graham, several of these people who you'll be hearing from during this conference. And what we realized was that this is a process. This is not something that you can do overnight. This is not something that you can just flip the switch with and be done. And the most important thing actually that was needed in this entire process was collaboration and communication. So the idea behind helping institutions to update their climate control wasn't actually that difficult because it's pretty straightforward, the process. We'll go over this and we'll see it in action throughout the case studies today. It's this combination of data collection, analysis, interpretation, understanding the needs of the collection, understanding the capacity of the building, putting a game plan together, and then executing it. Simple, right? But actually, the biggest barrier was our own fear. And what can be so scary about making these changes is, first of all, having the weight of the world on your shoulders. Most of you know that I am an art conservator by training. I know how much pressure we're under. I know that it's really challenging if you're trying to make changes and then the responsibility of the output of this is completely and totally on you. Also, it can feel really scary to do this if you don't know that your peers agree. If you're making a decision, you might feel like you could potentially be judged by another institution or your colleagues from around the globe. So what was really important for this was collective action, was working on this together. And as we saw yesterday, some of the most exciting outputs from this project have been the communication, the relationship building, and the collaboration that's come out of it, not only across fields and disciplines within the context of the project, but actually even within the museum, and the interdepartmental connections that have been made, and the people who have been able to start working together and getting on the same page with what they're doing. So the Getting Climate Control Under Control pilot program, as we learned yesterday, started in Denmark with 10 brave museums who decided that they were going to be leaders in this and undertake the challenge of updating their climate control. Over the course of 18 months, we worked with these 10 museums, provided them with 2 coaches, one energy efficiency coach and one preventive conservation coach. And the coaches were there to help support them in this whole process of data collection, analysis, and interpretation. The institutions learned much more about their buildings, about how their buildings behaved, and of course, thinking a little bit more sustainably about what their collections needs are, not necessarily what museum standards are. After 18 months, we've seen unbelievable impact. It's been so exciting to see how much has changed at these 10 museums, not just in terms of their energy and their financial savings, but also in terms of the way that they work together and the way that they're working with their colleagues from around the globe. We saw updates to loan agreements, as well as better communication and better understanding when it comes to managing each other's collections. So it is my greatest pleasure to announce that we are now starting this in France. And of course, as I mentioned, we are joined today by our fabulous colleague, Emily Girard from ICOM France, who is going to tell us a little bit more about the program. So Emily, thank you so much for joining us. Just a quick note, I am going to turn on Zoom translations because I believe you'll be presenting in French today.
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. So I'm Amélie Girard. I'm sorry, I've chosen to speak in French because it will be much more comfortable for me. I hope it will be easy for you also. Let's start.
Brilliant. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caitlin, for your invitation. Je vais donc commencer par me présenter. Je suis Émilie Girard, je suis conservatrice en chef du patrimoine. Je dirige les musées de Strasbourg depuis presque un an. Et je suis donc aussi la présidente du comité français de l'ICOM. Alors, on va passer à la diapositive suivante. Merci beaucoup, Camilla. Donc ICOM France, vous le savez peut-être, est le comité national, de l'ICOM pour la France, qui est un gros comité puisqu'il représente environ 5 600 membres individuels et 6 000 membres institutionnels. Donc on est sur des chiffres assez conséquents, un des plus gros comités de l'ICOM, à ce jour. C'est un réseau qui rassemble des professionnels de musées de toutes les disciplines, de tous les types, de toutes les familles de professions de musée, des conservateurs, des administrateurs, des régisseurs, des agents de surveillance et de sécurité, des personnes qui s'occupent de la production des expositions, des personnes qui gèrent la gestion des bâtiments. Donc vraiment un panel de professions et de représentations des musées extrêmement variés, extrêmement divers. Donc on est très fiers aujourd'hui à ICOM France de pouvoir lancer ces projets qui sont vraiment des projets collaboratifs comme Prenons le contrôle du climat, qui est le nom français du projet porté par KI Future. Et on est très heureux de pouvoir se lancer nous aussi dans cette aventure. Pour vous redonner quelques éléments de contexte, depuis 2021 maintenant, ICOM France s'est lancé dans plusieurs initiatives pour soutenir la transition écologique, soutenir la transition du changement, la conduite du changement, parce que nous croyons très fortement qu'on est aujourd'hui dans un moment de transition globale et que les métiers tels qu'on les pratiquait jusqu'à encore il y a quelques années doivent profondément évoluer. Diapositive suivante. Donc depuis un certain nombre de temps, depuis 3 ans maintenant, nous nous sommes lancés à fond sur cette initiative de la transition écologique et de la durabilité. Tout cela a commencé à la fin de l'année 2020 et au début de l'année 2021, où ICOM France, à la suite de la crise sanitaire que nous avons tous connue, a décidé de lancer un groupe de travail sur les questions de durabilité. Ce groupe a réuni quelques dizaines de professionnels qui étaient convaincus de la nécessité de changer nos pratiques professionnelles et on a commencé à faire une sorte de répertoire des actions qui étaient menées dans les musées depuis fort longtemps. Souvent depuis longtemps parce que les petites structures, les plus petites d'entre nous, qui avaient peut-être le moins de moyens, ont été plutôt confrontées que les autres à cette question de l'économie qui est très liée à la question du développement durable. Par conséquent, nous avons répertorié, comme je vous le disais, ces initiatives individuelles pour les faire connaître. ICOM France s'est positionné pour finalement accompagner et mettre sur le devant de la scène ces initiatives pour les mettre en commun, les partager, les discuter, ce qui nous paraissait très important pour que tout le monde puisse en prendre connaissance et pour que nous puissions nous inspirer les uns des autres. Nous avons ainsi organisé en février 2022 un premier événement dans le cadre de nos soirées débat déontologie qui s'intitulait Les musées, acteurs crédibles du développement durable. Cette soirée avait réuni une dizaine de participants et on a donc commencé vraiment en février 2022 à échanger à ce sujet. Par la suite, nous avons sur toute l'année 2023, si je ne me trompe pas, lancé un cycle de rencontres avec plusieurs partenaires, 8 partenaires de l'ICOM, plus l'Université de Québec. Vous avez sur l'image du milieu la liste de l'ensemble de ces comités qui ont été nos partenaires et nous avons monté un cycle de rencontres, débats. Une fois par mois, nous nous retrouvions à un moment donné pour parler gestion du climat, transition sociétale de nos musées, durabilité envers les équipes, de manière à pouvoir, bout à bout, finalement explorer de manière très large cette notion de transition durable, de durabilité à travers toutes ces facettes. Un cycle international traduit dans les 3 langues de l'ICOM que vous pouvez retrouver, comme toutes les autres événements dont je vais vous parler, sur le site de l'ICOM. Vous pouvez revisionner l'ensemble de ces débats. Et puis, le dernier point dont je voulais vous parler ici, c'est une soirée que nous avons réalisée en décembre 2022, dans laquelle Caitlin était intervenue et qui s'appelait Vers de nouvelles normes de conservation, réévaluées face à la crise énergétique et climatique. On a posé cette question de savoir finalement si le modèle sur lequel nous vivions depuis plus de 30 ans, si les règles de la conservation, restauration qui avaient été établies il y a 30 ans étaient toujours valides ou si nous ne devions pas les réinterroger. Évidemment, nous devons les réinterroger. Et cette soirée a vraiment produit un très grand engouement. Nous avons eu plus de 600 personnes qui ont suivi cet événement à l'instant T en ligne avec nous. Et nous avons donc décidé de pouvoir poursuivre notre engagement sur ce sujet-là. Mais à cette époque, peut-être que nous ne savions pas encore comment le faire. C'est là que Caitlin Southwick, et merci Caitlin à toi pour tout cela, nous a recontactés au printemps de l'année 2023 pour nous parler du projet qu'elle était en train de monter avec les musées du Danemark. Et à la suite de cela, il nous a semblé absolument important de trouver un moyen de pouvoir mettre cela en place en France. Alors aujourd'hui, nous avons 2 projets très forts qui sont portés par Ecom France que vous voyez à l'écran. Un projet de référentiel carbone qui rassemble 15 musées sur l'ensemble du territoire. Des musées de différents formats, c'était très important pour nous. Donc on a des toutes petites structures, on en a des plus importantes. On a des musées qui sont dans des bâtiments anciens, des musées qui sont dans des bâtiments neufs, des musées de tout type de collections, des collections de beaux-arts, des collections d'ethnographie, des collections d'art contemporain, des collections historiques. C'était vraiment très important pour nous d'avoir un panel qui soit le plus varié possible et qui soit très diversement représentatif du territoire. On a des musées de l'ensemble de la France qui participent à ce projet. L'idée, c'est un... Alors, je précise que c'est un projet qui est monté en partenariat avec le ministère de la Culture et ce projet doit permettre à 15 petites structures de réaliser leur propre bilan carbone et à la suite de cela, de pouvoir construire ensemble un plan de décarbonation pour la filière muséale. C'est quelque chose qui, pour l'instant, n'existe pas en France. Je serais curieuse de savoir si ça existe ailleurs, mais en France, il n'y a pas de plan de décarbonation pour les musées. Il y en a pour le spectacle vivant, mais ça n'existe pas pour les musées. Et donc, à partir de ces 15 bilans individuels, l'idée est de construire ces grands axes, cette grande stratégie de décarbonation, mais aussi de pouvoir mettre en ligne sur le site d'Ecom France un outil pratique qui permette à chaque musée de notre réseau et de tout le réseau, puisque ce sera un outil librement accessible, de pouvoir s'auto-évaluer avec une sorte de petit outil, de calculette, qui vous permettent, en saisissant quelques données, de vous dire voilà à quelle famille de musées j'appartiens, voici quels sont mes axes d'action pour décarboner mon activité. Voilà le premier projet que nous portons. Le deuxième, c'est notre partenariat avec CAI Future. Prenons le contrôle du climat, qui réunit 10 musées français, là aussi diversement implantés sur le territoire, diversement représentatifs des typologies de bâtiments, bâtiments anciens, bâtiments contemporains, avec des collections variées qui vont nous permettre d'être un peu nos têtes de pont dans cette conduite du changement. Ce projet, je pense qu'on peut passer à la diapositive suivante. Ce projet, nous avons pu le mener et son soutien financier ne pourrait pas être possible sans cette initiative. Le gouvernement français a lancé un appel à projet en fin d'année dernière qui s'appelle Alternative verte 2, parce que c'est la deuxième édition de ce projet, qui réunit les initiatives qui veulent mener à une conduite du changement, à une réduction des émissions de carbone. Et nous avons donc soumis un projet de formation, d'accompagnement de ces 10 musées à la conduite du changement. C'est un projet qui est soutenu financièrement par la Banque des Territoires, la Caisse des dépôts, et sans lequel Ecom France n'aurait pas pu, sur ses moyens propres, mener cette initiative. On peut changer de diapositive. Alors, le projet, quel est-il aujourd'hui? Prenons le contrôle du climat, c'est effectivement un projet long, sur environ 18 mois, qui est établi en différentes phases que vous voyez résumées ici à l'écran. Nous avons lancé en octobre dernier, le 8, au Centre de recherche et de restauration des musées de France, et je salue mes collègues qui interviendront après moi, cette initiative en réunissant un représentant de chaque musée pour repréciser ensemble les contours du projet et les différentes étapes dans lesquelles nous sommes aujourd'hui lancés. Depuis le 8 octobre, un certain nombre de formations ont déjà eu lieu et des rendez-vous entre les coachs et les musées sont en train de se conduire. Les coachs se déplacent dans chaque établissement. À titre d'exemple, nos coachs étaient, lundi, il y a 2 jours, 3 jours seulement, à Strasbourg, au musée Tommy Ungerer, pour commencer à faire un premier état des lieux avec les équipes. Donc c'est un programme qui est très pratique, où les coachs, s'investissent sur le terrain, échangent et permettent de pouvoir vraiment prendre la mesure de l'individualité et de la spécificité de chaque établissement. Donc on est sur cette phase de première rencontre, de collecte de données et puis, vient venir à la suite de ça, une période d'une année qui va nous permettre de pouvoir vraiment mener la conduite du changement à partir des données qui auront été, collectées et analysées. Et puis, en dernière étape, on a cette phase d'analyse des résultats et de production de livrables, pardon. Et ça, c'est vraiment très important pour nous. On va y revenir, je vais vous expliquer, ce qu'on entend par livrable, de manière à pouvoir faire que ce projet, là aussi, puisse être disséminé et partagé le plus largement possible. On peut changer de diapo. Alors, un petit mot sur les participants, à ce projet. Les voici et je ne sais pas si quelques-uns d'entre eux sont en ligne, mais je les remercie vraiment de leur engagement avec nous. Vous les voyez répertoriés sur la carte avec, sur le petit encart en bas à gauche, nos collègues de la Guadeloupe, puisqu'il était aussi très important pour nous de pouvoir avoir un musée ultramarin qui présente un certain nombre de problématiques très différentes que les musées qui sont implantés dans l'Hexagone. Donc les voici, le MUSEM à Marseille, le musée des civilisations de l'Europe et de la Méditerranée, qui est un musée de société, le Petit Palais à Paris, un musée de beaux-arts, le Muséum de Toulouse, un muséum d'histoire naturelle, le musée Edgar Clair à la Guadeloupe. En Guadeloupe, vous le voyez, donc il y a un musée d'histoire. Le musée Tommy Ungerer à Strasbourg, je vous en parlais il y a quelques secondes, qui est un musée qui rassemble l'œuvre dessinée de Tommy Ungerer, l'illustrateur. Le Palais des Beaux-Arts de Lille, le musée des Confluences à Lyon, musée de société, musée d'histoire naturelle, le musée du Quai Branly Jacques Chirac à Paris, le musée d'Aquitaine à Bordeaux, qui est un musée d'histoire, et le musée d'histoire de Nantes, château des Ducs de Bretagne à Nantes. Donc vous avez ce panel très diversifié et ces musées qui se sont tous engagés. Quand nous avons monté le projet, nous les avons sollicités en leur demandant si cela les intéresserait. Et je dois dire que tous ont répondu très favorablement à cela. Donc on sent vraiment une très importante attente de nos collègues professionnels des musées pour continuer ce changement. On peut passer à la diapositive suivante. Alors, elle résume un tout petit peu l'organisation générale. Donc, c'est un partenariat qui est monté avec KAI Futures, avec Qui Culture France, qui est une structure associative qui a été montée pour porter le projet à nos côtés, spécifiquement pour cette initiative. Et puis, vous avez ici nos deux coachs, Fiona Graham, qui est conservatrice, restauratrice, spécialisée en conservation préventive, qui est canadienne, et Benjamin Zimmermann, qui est consultant en ingénierie énergétique et bioclimatique, architecte, qui est français, que je salue parce que je sais qu'il intervient juste après. On prend la diapositive suivante. Nous avons aussi, dans le collectif qui gère ce projet, désigné 6 experts français qui vont accompagner pour l'ICOM ce projet et qui sont aussi les interlocuteurs de chaque musée. Alors, je vais commencer par nos collègues du C2RMF, du Centre de recherche et de restauration des musées de France. Merci Camilla, qui sont figurés sur la droite de votre écran. Juliette Rémy et Jocelyn Perilla qui nous accompagnent. Puis Nathalie Le Dantec, qui est conservatrice-restauratrice, qui travaille à la formation des conservateurs-restaurateurs à l'Institut national du patrimoine à Paris. Laurent Ricard, qui est responsable du service des bâtiments pour le Louvre-Lens et qui s'occupe entre autres des réserves du Louvre à Lens, pardon. Frédéric Ladonne, qui est architecte programmiste et qui est aussi le trésorier adjoint d'ICOM France, et Agnès Gall-Hortlick, conservatrice restauratrice. Donc un panel avec des compétences variées et avec des personnes qui sont tous engagées pour soutenir les musées dans leur démarche de transition. Diapositive suivante. Alors, il y a des outils à mettre en place aussi pour que chaque musée puisse collecter ces données de manière équivalente et comparable et qu'on ait cette matière très importante. Donc, le premier outil, il concerne le recueil des données climatiques. Et c'est l'outil Gallery Reading qui a été choisi, qui permet, enfin un système évidemment non filaire, de pouvoir collecter les données et de pouvoir ensuite les analyser. Diapositive suivante. L'autre outil, c'est l'outil qui va nous servir à réaliser les constats d'état de chaque objet dans les espaces qui vont être soumis à analyse. Et c'est l'outil Art Report que nous avons sélectionné. Je dois préciser ici que la Caisse des dépôts, donc notre financeur, nous a demandé que les outils que nous choisissions soient des outils français ou européens. C'était une de leurs conditions pour nous accorder la subvention, d'où le choix, dans un panel d'outils qui nous a été proposé, de ces deux outils. Diapositive suivante. J'en viens maintenant à la question des livrables, puisque c'est un projet qui implique nos 10 musées, mais qui a une volonté évidente à être le plus possible diffusé pour faire tache d'huile et pour faire que les autres musées du réseau s'inspirent de nos actions et de ce que nous menons. Donc, dans ces livrables, dans les résultats que nous allons produire, il y a d'abord un rapport d'impact relativement aisé, 10 cas d'études qui vont bien revenir sur l'ensemble des étapes et des résultats produits pour chaque établissement impliqué dans le projet, une dizaine de conférences de présentation de ces cas d'études, un manuel qui va être construit en collaboration avec le Centre de recherche et de restauration des musées de France, une publication portée par ICOM France sur le modèle de celle que je vous ai montrée sur nos événements précédents, qui a vocation à être diffusée en version papier, mais qui est aussi accessible sur le site d'ICOM France, un webinaire de restitution qui sera ouvert largement, et puis aussi, et ça c'est important, et je salue Camilla, à laquelle j'ai fait référence déjà plusieurs fois ce matin, qui est doctorante à ICOM France et qui a choisi ce sujet de la conduite du changement à travers l'exemple de Prenons le contrôle du climat comme sujet de thèse. Et donc, on aura aussi son doctorat qui va pouvoir saluer, reconnaître, je l'espère, les résultats que ce projet pourra apporter à la communauté des musées. Diapositive suivante. Alors, les attentes en matière de résultats, justement, de nos collègues des musées, vous les avez ici résumées. C'est évidemment d'agir sur l'efficacité énergétique de nos bâtiments. Nous sommes dans un contexte économique, Caitlin le rappelait, qui met de plus en plus de pression sur les économies d'énergie, sur les économies financières que nos établissements doivent faire. Donc, c'est évidemment un objectif important. Il s'agit aussi de pouvoir penser ce changement en fonction de la zone géographique et climatique dans laquelle nos bâtiments sont implantés. C'est pour ça qu'avoir des musées du nord et du sud de la France était pour nous important, parce que l'environnement extérieur n'est pas le même, que d'avoir un musée situé en Guadeloupe avec un climat équatorial était aussi extrêmement important, de manière vraiment à pouvoir avoir un très large spectre de possibilités. Il s'agit bien évidemment aussi de repenser nos normes de conservation telles qu'elles ont été conçues et telles qu'on les applique traditionnellement. Je ne reviens pas là-dessus, c'est un sujet dont vous avez déjà beaucoup parlé et dont on a beaucoup parlé. C'est aussi l'objectif d'initier le changement et de pouvoir faire que ce changement s'étende sur le plus grand nombre de musées possible. Diapositive suivante. C'est de pouvoir construire un autre objectif et de pouvoir construire une méthodologie commune qui permette de réviser nos normes de conservation préventive. Ça, c'est vraiment très important pour nous de pouvoir avoir des outils pratiques de construction de ces nouvelles normes. Autre objectif, autre attente, autre motivation, celle de pouvoir collecter, réunir des données climatiques qui nous permettent de mieux connaître nos bâtiments et leur comportement intérieur en lien avec le climat extérieur, de manière aussi à pouvoir avoir de nouvelles données et de nouveaux outils pour la rénovation de nos musées. Sur quoi on peut agir, quelles sont nos zones d'amélioration, comment pouvoir repenser en cas de révision, en cas de maintenance, de travaux plus importants, nos systèmes. Et enfin, et je dirais que c'est vraiment pour nous là très important de pouvoir aussi encourager des projets, un projet collectif, engager nos collègues, engager des experts de différents schémas pour se réunir sur cet élément central de notre engagement pour l'avenir des musées. Diapositive suivante. J'en ai aujourd'hui terminé avec cette présentation. Je vous remercie beaucoup de votre attention à tous. Je voulais simplement dire à quel point Ecom France est attachée à ce projet, que nous sommes résolument engagés dans cette conduite du changement sur laquelle je suis beaucoup revenue depuis le début de cette présentation. Mais je pense profondément que les musées sont à un tournant de leur histoire, que les professionnels de musées sont prêts pour ces évolutions, qu'il y aura certainement, que nous allons rencontrer des blocages, des difficultés, des blocages qui peuvent d'ailleurs être d'ordre psychologique dans nos habitudes de travail, dans ce que nous mettons en œuvre, mais qu'il y a aussi beaucoup d'attentes. Depuis que nous communiquons sur ce projet, j'ai beaucoup de personnes qui me contactent pour me dire à quel point ils attendent ce qu'on est en train de faire, à quel point ils sont curieux de voir les résultats que cela va donner. Donc je pense que cela nous oblige à une grande transparence, à beaucoup de communication, de manière à faire que ce projet puisse vraiment faire tache d'huile et puisse être répliqué le plus largement possible. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Emily, for giving us such an detailed overview of the collaboration. It's such an exciting opportunity to get to work together, and I look forward to all of the positive outcomes. So as Emily illustrated, one of the most exciting things about this collaboration and the collaboration with ODM is the international impact. And we are super excited today to also be joined by our colleagues from, I'm going to get the acronym correct, C2RMF, who are going to be in charge of creating a manual based on the methodology of the program that can help support institutions all over France and even worldwide to be inspired to upgrade their own climate control. So now I'll turn over to Jocelyn and Juliette. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. First of all, we would like to thank ICOM France for giving us the opportunity to be part of this thrilling project, and of course, Caitlin, for giving us the opportunity to speak at this conference. So thank you very much. My name is Juliette Remy. I'm head of Preventive Conservation Department in, you did it correctly, Catherine, Centre de Recherche et de Restauration des Musées de France, aka C2RMF. And I'm here with my both terrific and resourceful colleague, Jocelyn Perilla-Mercereau, specialist in preventive conservation, for a two-voice presentation. I will begin by give you some background that is introduce C2RMF and tell you about our role within this project, the French version of Getting Climate Control Under Control project. But the highlight of the presentation will be Jocelyn's part, and it will be devoted to a tool called Climatrice that he created and developed himself. I insist on this point because you'll see he's very modest, and I'm not sure he'll take enough credit for it. This tool is available on our website and can be freely used by anyone who wants to use it. So if you understand French and are interested in performing climate studies, please be our guests and try this tool. But first, I would like to briefly introduce you to C2RMF. We are what is known in France as a service with national competence, which means that we're an institution that depends on the Ministry of Culture. At least it did until now. The ministry funds us almost entirely, and we have authority to work nationally throughout France for the benefit of French museums, which number around 1,220 something. C2RMF was created in 1999 and is based on 3 different sites, 2 of them in the center of Paris, right next to the Louvre Museum in a small part of the building, and the 3rd one in Versailles. Our 2 main missions are, on the one hand, to develop scientific research to better know the materials used to create the works of art, to better understand, for example, creative processes involved so as to help restore them, or better understand their degradation processes in order to better preserve the artifacts. And on the other hand, to implement the conservation restoration strategies developed by the French Ministry of Culture, again, for the benefit of the French museums. And these missions are settled in the French law regarding museums and more generally cultural heritage. We are organized in 4 departments. The research department, whose missions are, as I mentioned, to carry out analysis and research on materials. The restoration department, whose mission is to carry out or supervise conservation restoration operations. There's an archives and library department, whose mission is to collect and preserve all the data created by the center, images, analyses, restoration reports, and so on, in order to make them accessible to the public, mostly students and professionals, but in fact, anyone can ask to have access to this data because they're public data. And last but not least, preventive conservation department, and of course, as everywhere else, support services. We're about 150 people working here permanently, plus about 15 to 20 doctoral students, postdoctoral fellows, interns, and so on. As for the preventive conservation department, we are 13 people strong and are organized into 2 separate teams, but functionally very closely linked, which in fact correspond to our 2 main missions. So that's me. First mission is ensure the proper conservation of the works entrusted to C2RMF by French Museum. And this mission is handled by our registrar team. And on the other hand, the other part of the team, of which Jocelyn is a member, is here to help French museums offer the best possible conservation conditions for their collections. And this is the support and advice team. Our missions are deployed across 3 major fields of activity, which are interrelated and mutually nourishing, providing support, as I said, and advice for museums that ask for them, applied research on different subjects, for example, preservation of packing materials, education to evolve towards better and, of course, more sustainable practices, and so on. And another important part is dissemination that can take different forms, publication of guidelines and practical tools on the website, networking, training courses, and teaching, and so on. As I said before, we are lucky enough to be part of the French version of the Getting Climate Control Under Control project. So what is our role within the project? First of all, as Emilie mentioned earlier, we are both, Jocelyn and I, part of the team of experts who, alongside the fundamental role of the coaches, who are Faina Graham and Benjamin Zimmerman, as Emilie said, are here to support the museums. As you may see, and Emilie explained it very well already, we're a team of 6 people with different expertise and profiles. And also, as you may see, we respect parity perfectly. At the end of the project, Emilie mentioned it as well, we will work with the other experts associated with the project and more generally with all the French cohort that are also coaches and museums themselves, in order to develop a methodological handbook, for French institutions, primarily, but maybe not exclusively for museums, wishing to undertake this process of change, but have not had the opportunity to follow the program. This handbook will illustrate the project's methodology with pragmatic recommendations adapted to the French context. This handbook, as Emily said, is one of the deliverables of the project, so it's an important part of it, of its dissemination and impact. And C2RMF is naturally driving this handbook project because, as I mentioned earlier, it is part of our missions to provide French museums with a recommendation and guidelines regarding preventive conservation. And we have already, as you may see on the screen, produced this kind of handbooks that are available on our website. Most of them in French, but one in English. And last but not least, we are also here, as I said, to support museums of the French cohort. And we would take this opportunity to train them and hopefully make them more autonomous on certain subjects, in particular on the climate issue. And as I mentioned, Jocelyn created and developed a tool dedicated to climate analysis and studies that is available on our website and free to be downloaded and used by anyone who wishes to. So this project will provide an opportunity for the museums to train in this tool so that hopefully in future they will be more autonomous in understanding and ultimately managing their climate. And I will now hand over to Jocelyn, who will introduce you to this tool and the many possibilities it offers. And I thank you for your attention.
Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. It's okay for you?
It's still loading, but
Mm.
the mode
Okay.
is not, so should be there in just a second.
Can I go on?
For
Not
me,
yet.
it's still black. I don't know if that's the case for everyone else.
It's loading for me as well.
Okay.
Uh.
Let's see, perhaps.
Non, je pense que c'est une mission d'écran. Parce qu'il y a marqué partager l'écran, là, je peux essayer de.
Yeah, perhaps you might want to try again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Does it work now?
Let's see, it's still loading.
Okay.
Non, je pense que là, je pense. Ah, c'est ça.
It seems to be stuck. I don't know if there's a possibility. Is it a link that we can, that Camila can put on her?
Okay.
Yes, I can share my screen and you can tell me.
Okay. I will.
Go.
Let's try that. Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience during our technical difficulties. We all love technology.
Is this the right link, mode d'emploi application climatrice?
Sorry, Jocelyn, we can't hear you. You're on mute. Jocelyn, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yes.
Ah, sorry.
We will try again once.
Ah, ok. Non, essaye de l'enregistrer.
Sorry, were you trying to share your screen again? Because Camilla is sharing her screen right now. And we still can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, well, while we're sorting that out, if anyone has any questions about the program that we're going to be launching in France or about the manual that is being created, please feel free to post your questions in the chat or in the Q&A, and we'll make sure to get those questions over to the appropriate colleagues. Later, after our presentation of the tool, we're going to be joined by Benjamin Zimmerman, who is the energy efficiency coach for the French cohort. And of course, later today, we're also going to be joined by Jakob Norby and Christopher Cameron, who are the energy coaches in the Danish and North American cohorts, respectively. As I mentioned earlier, we're also going to be examining the government indemnity scheme conversation. And I'm very excited that after the break, we're going to be joined by Anna Sedal, who is from the Arts Council England. There's a lot of confusion around what's going on with the government indemnity scheme in the UK. So Anna has graciously agreed to come on and tell us a little bit more about the updates and get some clarity on the topic. And of course, as I mentioned, we're going to be wrapping up the day today with our impact report presentation and our loan agreement update presentation. And it's my great pleasure to be announcing that we're going to be joined at the end of today's conference by artist Tino Segal, who's going to give us a little bit of insights into the climate conversation with artists and also an update on the Getting Climate Control Under Control declaration. Okay. Jocelyn, if it's not working on your side, is it possible for Camilla to share her screen and you walk her through it? We still can't hear you. I'm sorry.
We tried to send the presentation to Camilla by email. I'm not sure if you've received it. Maybe
I haven't received it yet.
Okay. Maybe we can try it once again meanwhile. Can you see something or?
We're still having the same problem.
Okay, sorry about that.
Once again, technology. Okay. Camilla, did you receive the presentation?
Yes, I'm just opening it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your technical support. And thank you everyone for your patience while we get the presentation loaded. I know that we're all very excited to learn more about the tool, so excellent.
Oh, great. Thank you, Camilla. That's great.
No problem.
Sorry, Camilla, could you? Oh, yeah, thank you. So thank you. Hello, everyone. I would like to apologize for my strong French accent. and it's a challenge for me to speak English, and I hope you will be able to understand what I am saying in spite of this French accent. I will try to give you a quick introduction to the application I have developed at C2RMF, which is named Climatrice. Please, Camilla.
Can we go to the next slide, Camilla, please?
Camilla?
Yes.
Ah,
It's not going because I'm moving forward, but
Okay, it's not working for us. Okay. Enregistrez en PDF aussi.
I'm going to rapidly try to convert it as a PDF, and we'll share it again.
Okay. So I would like to, let's see if we might be able to move on while we're waiting for the presentation to be sorted. Benjamin, I see that you're in the audience. I'm gonna completely and totally put you on the spot. Would you be willing to come on and give your presentation? Unless we've got it. Do we got it? Do we have it?
Yeah.
So
Working. Oh my goodness, it's a miracle. Okay, Benjamin,
it possible,
relax.
Camilla?
Go grab another cup of coffee. I didn't mean to scare you.
Camilla,
Okay.
can I share my screen, please?
Camilla, est-ce qu'on peut
we have-
reprendre la main du coup sur le partage d'écran?
On l'a PDF aussi.
a-
Je peux vous l'envoyer, mais je.
Non,
On
c'est
l'a
bon,
en PDF.
on l'a PDFisé
Ah,
aussi.
ok.
C'est juste du coup, ce sera plus facile si on a la main. Ça aurait été plus joli en PowerPoint, mais bon, si ça marche pas.
Listen, I'm sorry, it's still not working. Is it possible to let Camila share her screen where it was working?
Is it work for you?
It's not working.
It's not working.
It's not working. Ah, how come?
No, and
working?
if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Go
So
ahead.
Camilla, please take the lead again. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I don't understand why it doesn't work. Anyway.
Merci, Camilla. Merci. First, I'm going to talk about the principle of the application. Climatrice is a computer application that produces climate reports. And the main goal behind its creation and development was to facilitate the analysis of climatic data thanks to the automatic creation of statistics and graphs, as well as diagnostic leads. And Climatrice is made of several different and complementary modules. A synthetic module and its counterpart, the comparing module MC, the seasonal module named MSES, the exterior module named MEXT, the prediction module named MP, and alterations module named MA. By facilitating this work, the underlying idea was either to make climatic studies more frequent or to multiply studies based on a large number of sensors in the institutions. So the challenge was to find out how far it was possible to automate the assessment and at what point the human brain and its reflection would have to take over. The applications began to be developed in 2014, first for internal use, then for wide and accessible online since 2022. I've been able to develop it on my own, which makes it easier to manage and modify without recourse to a paid service maintenance. The application has Juliette said, is free to download, and the modules can be downloaded from the C2RMF website in the Environment Climate section. However, the application is not very user-friendly as it is based on Excel. Moreover, the application is only available in French for the moment, we hope so. And third, I'm a specialist in preventive conservation, but I'm not a climate engineer. So the application includes simple calculation formulas. These formulas only take into account temperature and hygrometry data collected by climatic sensors, but without considering dynamic airflows. So we wonder if Climatrice could be used as an exploratory tool to help with the energy transition through 4 questions. First, can the application support the development of an ecological transition strategy within a heritage institution? 2, can Climatrice indicate if the new climate guidelines are compatible with preservation and maybe with MS, with synthetic modules or seasonal modules, MSES, could help for analyze this and diagnose for the situation with regard to the recommendations. 3, can Climatrice anticipate the impact of climate change on collection, maybe with MA for alteration models, could help for prognosis of deteriorations? And 4, can Climatrice suggest guidelines for action to be taken on the building on its fittings, maybe with exterior models and prediction models could help for recommendations on technical equipment. Now I'm going to talk about the various modules that make up the application. The application needs to receive 4 types of data divided into 4 distinct columns: date, time, temperature, and relative humidity. As the application is French, calculations can only be made if the date is in the form D, month, year, and if the decimal numbers have a comma and not a point. The application can integrate up to 25,000 lines of data, and which correspond to nearly 3 years of data collected every hour. The 4 datasets are inserted by copy-paste into the white column. The gray columns automatically calculate other values like absolute humidity, dew point temperature, and then the operator must fill in a few cells like the desired climatic ranges and the frequency of measurements. Concerning the modules named synthetic module and S, this module generates a 4-page document. The report produces a summary table which is unwritten and quantified and which indicates general climatic trends, like you can see with the number 1 on the screen. And this table also shows a double statistical diagnosis, one in relation to the desired climatic range, and the second in relation to the climatic stability per day or for the study period. And this diagnosis is associated with a 3-color code of satisfaction, which appears for the number 3. And the report produces 4 graphs, thermohygrometric, thank you, Tamila, thermohygrometric curves, daily variations curves, stock chart, scatter plot, and green rectangles, which represent the predefined climatic range. The report is accompanied by information to help understand some graphs that are not often used in French, such as the stock chart, which appears on the left of the screen. And if the report is to be sent to elected officials or to the management of the institutions, who are not always aware of conservation issues, then it is possible to add a short table specifying the alteration that can be caused by climatic conditions on the right of the screen. Then the counterpart of this MS is MC for comparison module. And once several MS have been completed, they can be combined in the MC model for comparison model. The report can be used to compare up to 30 areas with a table ranking spaces according to their compliance with a defined climatic range and according to their climatic stability. You can see with the number 1. With the number 2, you can see green cells show the most satisfactory space, whereas red cells reveal the least satisfactory space. And finally, a stock chart comparing the different spaces at a glance, which appears with the number 3 in the screen. Concerning another module, it's seasons modules, also named MSES, and MSES-C for comparison module. These two modules are based on the same model as MS and MC. They provide a detailed view of each season for both temperature and relative humidity through statistical tables and graphs like stock chart and scatter plot. This implies that MSES has to be used for at least 6 months of data, whereas MS and MC can be used for a shorter period, like 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. And as with MC, MSES-C compares seasonal trends for up to 30 species. This module for concerning another module, which called MA for alterations module. This module is inspired by the very interesting work carried out at the Image Permanence Institute with the dew point calculator tool. The free online dew point calculator considers the risk of alteration at a single point in time for a pair of temperature and relative humidity measurements, whereas MA, alteration modules, accumulates all recorded data. The MA report provides quantified data expressing 3 levels of risks: limited, proven, or significant risk. For each of the 3 threats selected: chemical degradation, mechanical damage, corrosion and mold. The MA report offers several visual representations: scatter plot to see which risk dominates, which appears on the left of the screen. Limited risk appears in white zones, but significant risk in dark gray zones, with purple points for chemical damage, degradation, blue points for mechanical damages, orange points for corrosion, and green points for mold. Then histograms to compare risk over time, days and season, which appears on the top of the screen, the histograms on the top of the screen, and histograms and various histograms to compare the evolution of a risk if temperature falls or rises. Only for that's possible only for a space without a climatic regulations system, and for these histograms appears on the bottom of the screen on the middle. And now MAC, comparison model for alterations, compares damages risk in different areas, up to 30 areas. And it's what appears on the bottom of the screen on the right. Yes, thank you, Camilla. MAMNC are made, but they will be online soon in December and in January. Concerning Climatrix MP for prediction module, MP superficially simulates the evolution of relative humidity in the event of a rise or a fall in temperature, and that only in a space with no climate control system. This model shows the deviation from the ideal climatic situation. It's what happens on the top right of the screen, and this models estimates the quantities of water vapor to be compensated for in the simulated case, which appears on the bottom of the screen right. Thank you, Camille. Concerning the last module, which is called exterior module, next, can be used to evaluate outdoor climatic conditions, both globally for the entire study period on seasonal basis. It will be on the left of the screen. It will be desirable to further develop this model by comparing exterior and interior data to estimate the insulations or air tightness of the building, which appears on the right of the screen. And this evaluation of the model could be achieved by integrating a damping rate already implemented, as you can see on the bottom right of the screen, and a phase shift value, but not yet implemented. Quickly to conclude, there is a video tutorial in French, but you can view it easily, as you will be able to observe the steps of the use of the Climatrix and understand without any specific need to translate for translation. You have the line on the screen. We would like to translate Climatrix into English, but gradually, module by module. And with my accent, you can understand that it's not very easy for me. And last, if you are interested in this subject, an article on this application was published in 2023, but in French, in the magazine called La Lettre de l'Ocime, which appears on the right of the screen. And thank you for your kind attention about your attention.
And for your patience with our technical issues. Thank you very much.
I think we all understand Zoom issues at this point. So yes, indeed. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. I think it was very much worth the wait to get a chance to walk through this incredible work. And I would love to invite, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to pop them in the chat or in the Q&A. But in the meantime, I had a couple of questions. I know that you have a lot of updates that you're going to be implementing. And of course, I'm very excited to see how this tool is going to be implemented into the project. I was just wondering if you might be able to tell us a little bit about what that's going to look like, and if there's any sort of outputs that we can expect from this that maybe go into the manual, or case studies that will come from the collaboration between this tool and this project.
It can be discussed. It's still very open, but first output could be very simply all the reports for the museum to go through, study, and as Jocelyn said, that can be presented to management or directions and so on to help going into the right direction of change. And again, yeah, it could be used in the manual as well. But at this point, it's very open. We are really open to a discussion about that. So it all have to be imagined, but we are at the service of the project. So
exciting. All right. Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing this in action. And I had one more question for you. Obviously, it's so important for us as cultural professionals to have these types of tools and resources to support our own work. And as we talked about earlier, having a little more autonomy to be able to take action. But I also know that there are some other tools that have been developed, for example, the Harry tool. And I was just wondering, are you familiar with that tool? Is there overlap, complement? Have you seen the other tools that are related to climate control, and how does this fit in with those?
the tool you mentioned is the one from Kirk-IRPA, or is it another one?
No, not Kirk-IRPA. It's the one that comes from the Jersey Institute in Poland.
Okay. I'm not familiar with this one, but as Jocelyn said, it was at the beginning a tool he developed for himself, for his own use, and then it evolved, disseminated. But I'm not aware of I'm not familiar with the tool you mentioned from Poland, but I'm more familiar with the Kirk-IRPA tool that is quite, maybe not similar, but comparable to the alteration module of ours, but with not completely overlapping. I think there's another dimension in their tool regarding especially energy consumption that is related to their tool that we are not taking into consideration in ours. So yeah, I don't know si tu veux rajouter quelque chose. No.
Perfect. Well, a huge thank you to you both. It's really
Thank you.
so wonderful to have you on board with this project. And yes, it's really excited to see the continued development of this. And I know that the audience is excited to see the English version coming out. So a huge thank you for being with us today. Wonderful. All right. And we're continuing with our foray into French, and very, very excited today to be joined by Benjamin Simama, who is our energy efficiency and buildings specialist for the French cohort. And thank you so much for joining us, Benjamin. It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing fine, and it's always very interesting to participate in a conference when you're not quite sure what people will be presenting just before you or the day before. I was also here yesterday, so I've heard a lot of interesting things, a lot of new information for me, and I'm ready to get started if you are, if it's the right time. Yeah.
It is the right time. Take it away.
So let's see if I manage to share my screen, if I'm the lucky one or the unlucky one. All right, where is sharing on this screen? Oh, partager l'écran. I was looking for something in English.
We're doing bilingual
my
today.
computer speaks French. Let's see if that's the right way to do it.
Perfect.
Yeah, not quite, because I want to do this. And if I do this, maybe it's not perfect anymore. Let's see. I didn't manage to do what I wanted, right? Okay.
I never understand how to do presenters mode with these things.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Okay. Let me try again, and then le mieux est l'ennemi du bien, as we say.
Perfect.
So maybe I should share this screen. And then put it in presentation mode, then you have
It's
it.
perfect.
Is that the case?
Nailed it.
Okay. So I'll go ahead. So I am effectively the energy coach for the French program, and I would like to talk to you this morning about using climate and building physics as entry points for preventive conservation. I am, in fact, new to the field of preventive conservation, so I'm learning a lot through all the contacts that I've had in the past couple of months. And I tackle it in a way with the naive eye of a bioclimatic designer. So my main job, aside from this program, is working with architects on designing buildings. And this is typically how I look at a project. This is not a drawing of mine. I would love to draw like this, but I don't. But this expresses a little bit when I think of a building, when I look at a building, I'm thinking about the sun, I'm thinking about the skin of the building, I'm thinking about the wind, about the air, all these sorts of things. So that's what I call bioclimatic design, the idea being that we need to design building, whether it's a new design or a refurbished building, trying to match as well as possible with local weather. We're all moving away from the idea that we're creating interior climate that doesn't care about what's happening outside. That's over in the field of architecture. So I'm certainly naive, and maybe that's a bit of a fresh eye also. And I'm also a little bit provocative, as you will see as we go. The French program, Emily talked about it. So here for the second time this morning, the map of France. So now you all know France perfectly. It's interesting to see that we're actually mapping the territory quite well. It's almost perfect. And most of the locations we're looking at are in a typical oceanic climate. So there are some variations. Latitude, of course, we have 5 degrees of latitude difference between north and south, and there are variations in climate, but it's mainly oceanic climate without very extreme temperatures. And of course, Strasbourg, Lyon, and are a little bit more exposed to a semi-continental climate, and Marseille is more of a Mediterranean climate. And of course, the very different museum, very different climate is the Musée Edgar Claire that we have in Guadeloupe. In terms of, okay, and here is a typical data that we see here is for Marseille. This shows all the hours of the year, the data of temperature and humidity on a psychometric chart. And what's interesting to see is that what we're typically aiming at around 22 degrees centigrade, that's 72 Fahrenheit, and 50, a relative humidity around 50%. That's a situation that our climate, our outdoor climate is not providing very often. We have many hours where we're much lower than that, and a certain number of hours when we're above that. And when we're in that range temperature-wise, we're often not in that range relative humidity-wise. So we all understand that we need to correct the outdoor climate to adjust to what we're looking at for preservation of our artwork. In terms of building stock, we have very different situations. We have, if I'm not mistaken, the Musée in Nantes has parts of it at least are from the end of the 15th century. And the Musée de Confluence in Lyon is early 21st century, since it was inaugurated, I think, 10 years ago. just like the Mucem in Marseille. So very different situations in terms of building stock. And as far as I've seen through our first couple of meetings, also very different situations in terms of technical equipment, HVAC and BMS systems. We have large discrepancies, and it's one of the challenges, but also one of the very rich aspects of this program is to try to accompany all these museums through their own route to improving their energy efficiency. In terms of energy consumption, we love data, and we certainly would like to have more data. We'd like to know, for example, when we have a museum, what's the energy consumption coming from? Where is it coming from? Is it more the heating, the cooling, the humidification, the dehumidification? We'd like to know where in the museum we have most energy consumption. But so far, what I've seen in our French museums is that we don't have that information. We have very global information about energy consumption. So we will have to rely, of course, we can suggest some improvements. Some of the museums are getting equipped to have, more local meters to be able to provide information on where is the energy consumption coming from. But we also have to use our brains to try to figure it out without the data we'd like to have. I'm going back to really basics, but I think it's important to go back to basics. And I'm also very convinced that you don't need to be an engineer to understand a number of concepts and to think them through. And that's what I'm trying to promote through the program. So why do we have energy consumption? We, of course, have a building skin, bottom left of the picture, where we have exchanges through the building fabric, through the building skin. Due to temperature difference, we have solar radiation that may apply to the roof, that may apply to some windows and so forth. So we have all that environment. Then we have people come in the building, and they bring in heat and mainly humidity. So there's also impacts from visitors. And then there is what we decide to do in terms of the air we let in our building, and how much air, how often, and at what temperature and what humidity. So we have a number of reasons why we have energy consumption, and I think it's important to try to understand it better and work it step by step. So that's what I just said. We have to build understanding step by step. We have to understand our building. So we can really turn that phrase around, building our understanding and understanding our building. I think it's extremely important. And in a way, the fact that we don't have so much data recorded forces us to use our brains. And I think it's quite good. It's quite a positive situation in a way that we try to learn more from our own observations. And most people in museums have a very intimate relationship with that museum, and they know a lot of things. Here is again the psychometric chart, the humid air diagram, also known that way. And on that diagram, we can use that diagram is one of the tools we have, which is not that complicated. That tool relates air temperature to humidity. And we know, for example, that when we move on a horizontal line from left to right, that means we are heating up the space without adding extra water to the air, and therefore the relative humidity decreases. And if we look at this diagram and have on it, like it is now, all the hours of the year, then it helps us understand where the energy is going to be used for the processes we put in place. And for example, it may help us reflect on where is the maximum gain I can have in energy. So what specifications in terms of indoor climate do I want to relax first, if I may say. So I'm I'm quite convinced we could move towards designing indoor climate. Climate is the stimuli that apply to our building. The other stimuli we have on our building is people. The building is the object, in a sense, that reacts to that stimuli, and it's characterized by a number of characteristics such as inertia, thermal insulation, glazing. It's more or less stable when exposed to changes in the climate stimulation. And of course, we use technique as a way to correct the trajectory, as a way to make sure that the building stays within temperature and humidity conditions that are okay with us and with our collections. So it's really sometimes a systems approach that I think we can apply, and therefore, in this idea of designing indoor climate, I'd like to mention Joel Taylor, who spoke yesterday, and in one of his lectures on preventive conservation standards, he explains that it's about a process rather than numbers. I think that also echoes what Caitlin, you were saying yesterday when you made a point on the BISO standard about the fact that it's not replacing numbers by other numbers, but rather having a process that's really adjusted to what the collection requirements are. So this is a simple diagram to say if we go into this idea of designing indoor climate, we have the climate, the building, the technique that we have requirements for our collections, we have human comfort that comes in, that was also discussed yesterday, both in terms of visitors and also of staff, and the comfort of the people in the museum, and maybe spending quite a large amount of time sitting and in the exhibition rooms, and all that needs to be considered to decide how to relax the temperature and relative humidity constraints. But because I'm a little bit provocative, I would also like to suggest that this schematic be presented that way. I think it would be interesting to think through or to at least allow ourselves to imagine that we're really concerned primarily with collections and not with human comfort. This because that may lead us to different ways of thinking it through and of designing our indoor climate. So it is, of course, provocative, because if we have museums, it's so that they should be visited by people. So if people are really uncomfortable, maybe they won't come anymore, or less people will come. And we also have people working in the museum, of course. But in a sense, and maybe this is too complicated, I'll stay here for now. In a sense, this is also to think the long-term situation where potentially we may have to use much less energy than we're talking about today. It's fantastic to do 30%, 50% reduction in energy consumption, but we may face within 10 years, 20 or 30 years, I don't know, we may face significant energy shortages, and we also have to think how we will protect our collections then. And just to relax all of us at the end, and this is a bit of a complex diagram, and again, the psychometric diagram. Human comfort is also a very complex field, and there's different ways to look at it, which is actually what is somewhat shown here. So human comfort depends on what people do, on what they wear, on their metabolism, also on their cultural expectations. And so if we are convinced that cultural change is key to the reduction of carbon footprint, then visitors maybe should be equally involved in those cultural changes through opening hours that may change within seasons, temperature, humidity conditions that may change. So I think this is also a way we can open up our thinking process on how to design indoor climate in museums. Voila. How do I get this out? Here we are. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Benjamin. It's really, as you said, oh, let's see, you're still sharing your screen. I just don't need to see me twice.
That's done.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Let's see. If you have any questions for Benjamin, please put them in the chat or in the Q&A. Be happy to answer those. But I love the fact that you're provocative. And I think that one of the really exciting things, for me at least, from this project is being able to bring in expertise from outside of the cultural sector. And we see how impactful it is to be able to have your expertise in this project. We'll see later today, Jakob, who had never worked in a museum before, and how amazing of an impact it's had to have, as you said, a fresh set of eyes. And I also just want to reiterate what you were saying that Joel said, and that I continue to say, is process over numbers. And I think that's in some cases easier said than done, but once again, this is the impact of this project, is being able to be guided through those processes and work together to develop those processes. So that's absolutely brilliant. So thank you so much. And we're very excited to be starting this journey together and to continue to work together towards more sustainable practices in France. So looking forward to updates from Benjamin and the entire French team in the coming months. So thank you again, Benjamin, for joining us today. All right. So we are going to head back up north and resume our case studies from the Danish cohort. As we know, we have a lot of really exciting outputs, and the next museum is no exception. So it is my great pleasure to now introduce Anne-Mette and Søren. Please take it away.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Have I managed to unmute myself?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Yes, good. I will try now also the art of screen sharing. Let's see if that is. And yes. Does it work? Are you
Perfect.
seeing? Yes. Okay. I am presenting for AROS. I am the head of collection and exhibition management. And I will take us through our slides about the process here at AROS. So first slide, AROS Aarhus Art Museum. And here in our first slide, you see an image of our building. We are located in Aarhus. And if you listened in yesterday on the other Danish speakers, you will know a bit about the Danish climate, which is a temperate oceanic climate. So we very much have a coastal climate. Our building is a 10-story square brick and concrete building, which you can see we have a lovely artwork by Olafur Eliasson on top. It was built in 2000 or it was opened in 2004. Before that, we were in different various locations. So this is the first location for our museum that is a purpose-built museum. And our collection is all various kinds of media dating back from the 1700s and till contemporary art. And we display a mixture of permanent collections and loans. And the size of the museum is approximately 130 full-time staff, a little over 200 if we count all our temporary employees, and our visitor numbers are about 500,000. So that is just a little bit about Aros. And this is the team working on the project. I am as Annemette Thompson, and then Adina from the technical department unfortunately couldn't join us today. Then we had a conservator on the project from Kunstkonservering, that is an external art conservation center. Then our head of building operations, Jakob Bam, and Søren is joining me today, and hopefully will help a little bit with the Q&A, and he is also from building operations. And just, we've followed the template provided, so I hope it's not too repetitive. But the reason why we joined the project is that we have a Vision 2033, which we're working towards, which has a very deep focus on sustainability and energy savings, which I think every museum is now looking into more and more, but we have a very ambitious vision to lower our energy substantially. And of course, we need to look into all departments in the museum, from shop to cafe, but of course also the building facilities and the art department. And the stakeholders from Aros, we have a board, and then we have a management, and part of the team was the facility management, and I represent the art department. And just to describe our journey with the project, we started out, of course, with discussing all the possible locations in our museum. We have 10 stories, and we have various galleries. We have galleries where we have contemporary artworks, where we have older art, we have loans going in, we have collection galleries. So we had a lot of discussions back and forth within the team, where would be the good testing grounds. And then, of course, we also had to involve our management and the external conservators. And in this process, we narrowed it down to testing in one gallery and with 4 artworks. And we decided to supplement our own monitoring system with Roomalizer, and also to try Articheck as a way of condition reporting, and to add some microclimate testing. Yeah. And I will soon show you a slide showing a little bit more in detail how the museum looks, but we decided to test in one gallery, which is on our top floor. We call it our level 8 gallery, which houses our own collection only, no loans going in. And we chose this for both because of it's a collection gallery, but also because it's the top of the building, and we expect this space to be most affected by the external climate. And we decided to look at adjustment of the HVAC pressure set points, and also to look at nightly shutdowns. And here you have a kind of like a cross section of Aros with the rainbow on top, and also with our new extension, where we are adding another gallery and a sky space by James Turrell. And in the cross section on the right, you can see the building, and it's the top floor just below the ceiling that we've decided to use as our testing gallery. And on the bottom right, you have a floor plan of the gallery, where I put in some number of crosses where you can see the placement of the various artworks that we are monitoring in the gallery, where we have changed the various set points. So the way we got started was that we presented the project and the suggested location and artworks to our management, and we made a plan with the Conservation Center, which again, they weren't involved from the start because they're an external agency. And the greatest challenge was to find the time and also the money to hire in the dedicated conservational staff. So that has definitely been a great challenge for us here at Aarhus, that in some respects, I think we, to a certain extent, underestimated the time that it took to make all these tests and follow up and change parameters and to monitor it all. So this is a little bit more about the artworks that we've chosen. As mentioned, they're all from our collection, and the 4 paintings were pointed out by the art conservator, and they have been chosen from a parameter of works that were particularly sensitive to any fluctuations in especially humidity. All of the artworks had already widespread cracking, so they were really works that we were concerned would, have if the works would be affected by the testing that we made, and also works that had already undergone conservation. And we also looked at the placement in the gallery, if the artworks were placed in outer walls where we might suspect that would be a different kind of microclimate, and also placements within the center of the gallery. A parameter that unfortunately we were not able to test was different media. We needed to focus on oil on canvas because that was the paintings that were available to us. We didn't really have that many, other fragile media in that gallery. So that was what we had to limit our monitoring on. And just a quick update on our building. As mentioned before, it's a climatized and purpose-built museum building. So it was built to house art, which is a great advantage. We also house a shop and cafe and offices that are of course not climate controlled, but we have galleries that are very specifically purpose-built and really good at holding a stable climate, and also below ground art storage. And just to get into the parameters that we wanted to test, we wanted to increase our level relative range of humidity. In the process, we found out what we already knew, that our system is really, really stable. So our normal parameters for humidity only fluctuates with 1 or 2%, and we wanted to increase that. And we also wanted, based on all other experience from other museums, to try the nightly shutdown. And we had an implementation period and a monitoring period. And I'll just show you a little timeline here from August to now, where we had a lovely site visit and also implemented the ENTO system. We added the roomalizers and chose the works, and then started working on the humidity and the temperature and the nightly shutdowns. And this is a short summary of the site visit we had with Jakob, where one of the things that the insights that we gained is, as mentioned, that the systems in our gallery, they're very, very precise. They keep a very, very strict climate, but that we could save some energy by increasing the temperature of our cooling circuit water. Instead of cooling it to 1 degree, just staying at 5 degrees. So that was one of the things we took away from that site visit. And also that we wanted to focus on the nightly shutdowns and the reduction of the working pressure and a deadband established. So our testing process with the conservators, we agreed, also because they are external conservators and just time is money, and we we needed to hire them in for every single thing they did in this project. So we decided with them that they did initial condition reporting on the chosen artworks, and we hired in a photographer to do high-res images, so we would have that as a comparison during the testing period. So they did monthly, regular, just visual checks of the works where they compared with the images, and then we did a condition report at the end of the testing process. But we decided that they should only do condition reporting during the process if they saw or suspected any change at all. And with the BMS system, we implemented bi-daily changes, so we had time to review before making other changes. So we never, tried, several changes at the same time. So we were able to see, the effect of the change. Yes, I think I've already covered this, that the conservators pointed to the fragile works in the collection and monitored them visually, and that we had this high-res image. And as a conclusion, we had no changes detected whatsoever. As a summary of our what we changed in the testing period, we changed temperature and relative humidity, and we implemented the software Ento, and we did the nightly shutdowns. And this is very approximate. We feel that we saved, or the system shows us that we saved energy of approximately 40,000 kilowatts annually, and reduction in carbon emission of 4,000 kilos annually, and a very approximate saving of 2.6% on electricity cost. And we're very happy to elaborate on this in the Q&A. As for the loan agreements, prior to this project, our loan agreements were very open in the phrasing. We actually didn't have a very specified specific requirements, but in practice they were very strict. So now we for outgoing loans, we build on a dialogue, but as for the loan agreements, we write that we accept the BSO green profile. And for incoming loans, we are very much more focused on negotiating the climate control parameters. And a great discovery in that sense is that we really need to make an easy to read document describing the climate conditions that we offer, especially when handling contemporary art that might come from a non-climatized warehouse directly into our museum, where it's basically overkill to offer a very strict climate controlled gallery. The obstacles that we met, and there were obstacles, we didn't experience any obstacles from our management, but we definitely have a lack of knowledge throughout the house about the effects and the energy consumption of our climate control system. We have a lack of expertise because we hire in conservators, so we don't have in-house staff to guide us, and we have to buy that expertise in. We also experience a lack of flexibility when we loan works from lenders still. And of course, there is always the lack of time. On a positive note, our successes were a much greater awareness about a climate control system, both how it works and what we can do to save on energy. We've, I think, started out new collaborations across teams, from facility management to art department. We also have a greater knowledge about communication, that sometimes the very nerdy knowledge living in the facility management team needs a little bit of translation before it hits the art team, so we can use it in the dialogue with our lenders. And of course, the success has also been energy savings. Our next steps is, of course, further testing. We need to implement this in more galleries in our building. We also need to get better at our negotiation and discussions with lenders for ingoing loans. And then we are looking into building into a calendar into our system so that we have various modes for our climate control system, being, maybe climate control on or off, or that we have special reduction in airflow when we have our rebuild periods, in between exhibitions, where it's also, totally overkill to have a full-on climate control system up and running. So we really want to look into a calendar where everything is very automized and fitting of the calendar, both for exhibitions but also for the outdoor climate. So in quick summary, 4 tips or recommendations: communication across teams is key, sustainability takes time, your budget is my budget, and make the sustainable choice easy to choose and to understand. So that is it from ours.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Anameta. Super appreciate your very interesting overview. And I think it's really so amazing to see how much can be accomplished, even given the obstacles that you face. And I love what you were saying about the expertise. And I think that this is something I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people about, because it's one of the biggest barriers for most institutions. They feel that they can't make change because they don't have the resources, and usually that means they don't feel that they have the in-house expertise. And I think that that's why the idea of collaboration is so important. Is being able to work with colleagues at other institutions who maybe do have in-house expertise, or have a coach who could help you walk through it. But I'm really excited to get to dive into this a little bit more in the Q&A. So if you guys wouldn't mind hanging out for just a couple minutes, it would be my great pleasure now to introduce Grilla, who is joining us from Odense Museum. And I would love to hear more about the amazing work that they've done. This has been an incredibly inspiring story, not only for the project aspects, but also for the pre-project actions that they have taken. So Grilla, thank you for joining us today.
Hello, sorry, I just need to fix my camera.
Absolutely, no worries.
But I'm here, and I guess you can hear me.
Yes, beautifully.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I had everything under control.
Once again, we love technology. Absolutely,
Yeah.
no worries.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. We'll get rolling here in just a second.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
Just to our attendees, we will also have an opportunity for a live Q&A for both Anameta Soren and also Grilla after Grilla's presentation. So please hang out, and if you have any questions for any of our speakers, please feel free to put them either in the chat or the Q&A, and we will get to some of those questions after we hear how Odense has been working on saving energy and saving money. Excited for that. Let's see. And let us know if we can help with anything.
Well,
We'll get that rolling. I have to tell the audience I had the great pleasure of getting to visit the team at Museum Odense last year. And not only is it an incredibly beautiful museum, but it was really exciting to see all of the work that's being done there. And there's multiple museums under the Odense let's call it jurisdiction. And so it's really amazing because there are a lot of different aspects that are into account. There you are.
Wow,
Welcome.
I succeeded. So finally, I'm so
well
sorry.
Done. No worries. No worries. Perfect.
So,
and now you're sharing your screen. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you so much. So everything looks fine now?
It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Caitlin, for helping me out. So my name is Grylla and I work as a conservator at Museum Odense. And I'm here to present our case study. Museum Odense is situated in the center of Denmark on the island Funen. It's a state-recognized self-governing museum organization. And our collection includes more than 400,000 objects encompassing Funen's antiquity, the history of Odense, and the lives and works of Hans Christian Andersen and Carl Nielsen. This means that we have all kinds of materials in our collection. Museum Odense aspires to become a sustainable museum, and this ambition is part of the museum's vision and strategy. And in support of the sustainability efforts, Museum Odense has, with support from the museum director, joined the Key Futures project, getting climate control under control. One of Museum Odense's 4 key brands is Hans Christian Andersen's house. And as part of this project, Hans Christian Andersen's house was chosen as case study. The house is situated in the center of Odense and was founded in 1908 in the Yellow Corner House, which is said to be Hans Christian Andersen's birthplace. And you can see in the upper right corner. Hans Christian Andersen's house was expanded in 1930 with, among other things, the memorial hall decorated with frescoes by Niels Larsen Stevns, a Danish artist. And the memorial hall is the octagonal roof circled in yellow. In 2021, a new version of Hans Christian Andersen's house opened. The house is constructed with concrete and timber frames featuring large glass sections. It encompasses a total area of 5,600 square meters, with 2/3 located underground. The inside of the building is constructed as one open space. Beside the birthplace and the memorial hall, which is an integral part of the new building, the house contains an exhibition area, a fairy tale space, and Villevau, which is the world of wonder for children, a place where you can dress up and play. The collection of objects on display consists of works by Hans Christian Andersen, which is made of paper, personal items such as bags, souvenirs, and clothes, and sculptures made of plaster. All climate-sensitive objects are housed in high-quality showcases with passive buffering. Other objects, such as sculptures and the frescoes, which you see at the picture in the top in the memorial hall, are displayed outside of showcases. Hans Christian Andersen's house is owned by Odense municipality, which is responsible for external maintenance and technical facilities, including HVAC systems. Museum Odense is responsible for the operation of the HVAC systems. The climate in Hans Christian Andersen's house are controlled by 6 HVAC systems. 2 of these systems serve the exhibition area and are equipped with humidification, while the memorial hall has its own humidification system. The HVAC systems are controlled by BMS sensors positioned in the exhaust channels. In addition to BMS sensors, each exhibition room and all showcases are equipped with climate and light sensors monitored by the conservator. Our goal with the project, getting climate control under control, was to better understand the operation of the HVAC systems in the new building, to be able to optimize the settings of the systems and thereby minimize energy consumption and reduce the carbon footprint. As the project progressed, we specifically focused on the climate in the memorial hall due to the presence of the frescoes, and on the indoor climate in Villevao, which had presented challenges during peak seasons. Villevao is situated in a room underground with no windows. The team that was put together for the project was these 4 champions, and throughout the project, meetings have been held regularly to discuss issues with each other and to keep everyone involved updated. When Hans Christian Andersen's house opened in 21, the climate parameters were set to 40 to 60% relative humidity and 19 degrees Celsius. The HVAC systems operated with zone compensation 24 hours a day. Initial operation indicated high energy consumption, leading to a decision in January 22 to try HVAC system shutdown outside of opening hours. The HVAC system was programmed to shut down when the museum closed and to restart 1 hour before opening. While the HVAC system shutdown was being tested, continuous fine-tuning of the system was being done by the supplier to configure the system correct. Because of complications due to wooden floors in part of the building, regulation of the relative humidity settings were limited. Our journey with this project started in the middle of 23 with installation of sensors from IoT Factory or IoT Fabrikken. Since room sensors were already in place in the exhibition area, we strategically positioned the sensors throughout the rest of the museum. As part of the project, Jakob Nørby, energy consultant and one of the key coaches for the program, visited Hans Christian Andersen's house to review the HVAC systems and settings. Following the visit from Jakob Nørby, we conducted a general cleanup of the HVAC systems operating parameters. IoT sensors were placed alongside BMS sensors to check discrepancies in measurements. This led to a calibration of the BMS sensors and subsequently calibration of the BMS sensors have been included in the service agreement. The settings of the HVAC systems were adjusted from zone compensation to outside compensation, and the temperature set point was increased from 19 degrees to 22 degrees Celsius to reduce cooling needs in the warmer months. This gives an annual variation in temperature between 20 to 26 degrees Celsius, depending on outside conditions. Because of the problems with the wooden floors, the relative humidity settings remained unchanged. During these system adjustments, we created a roadmap of the HVAC settings and adjustments to compare changes in the climate with modifications to the system. In Villevao, airflow was maximized to improve the indoor climate for employees and visitors. The direction of airflow was altered from horizontal to vertical, and the temperature set point was lowered from 22 degrees to 20 degrees Celsius to make the air feel fresher. Furthermore, a smoke test for airflow analysis has been conducted. In 21, a condition report was conducted together with the conservation of the frescoes in the Memorial Hall. As part of this program, a follow-up condition report was made to assess any development of existing cracks. Previously, the doors between the Memorial Hall and the rest of the building were closed outside of opening hours. To minimize fluctuations in the relative humidity, we tested the effect of leaving the doors open continuously. Shutting down the HVAC systems outside of opening hours has resulted in greater fluctuations in relative humidity upon system startup. However, these fluctuations are not significant enough to affect objects displayed in showcases, or to alter the frequency of changing buffer materials in those showcases. This is illustrated in the two charts showing the annual curve for 23 to the left and a week in June in 23 to the right. The charts show the measurement from outside at room level and inside the showcase. And as you can see, the fluctuations are leveled out inside the showcase. The green marked areas shows the Besok Group's recommendations, which Museum Odense complies to. After a trial period, we adjusted the startup time of the HVAC systems to begin 3 hours before opening to ensure a pleasant environment for employees and visitors. The indoor climate in Villevau has improved with reduced levels of carbon dioxide and VOC, but the increase in airflow has caused an increase in energy consumption. The smoke test that was carried out shows that the air is not sufficiently distributed in the room, and a new test is currently being carried out with overpressure in the airflow from an adjacent room to create a better flow in the air. In the Memorial Hall, a simple change such as leaving the doors to the hall open continuously has minimized fluctuations in relative humidity. Examination of existing cracks revealed only minor development in 2 different areas. After discussing the development of cracks with Joel Taylor, one of the key coaches for the program, the conclusion is that the development of the cracks is not due to fluctuations in relative humidity caused by a night shutdown of the HVAC system, but more likely due to construction activity around the Memorial Hall. During the HVAC system shutdown, adjustments of the system settings were still ongoing. And these were facilitated by the ventilation supplier in collaboration with Odense Municipality's Energy Department and the facility manager at Museum Odense. Therefore, energy savings from the HVAC system shutdown remained somewhat unclear, as the systems were not operating optimally prior to the shutdowns. But as you can see here in this diagram, showing the energy consumption one day in October 23, there's a big difference in electricity consumption day and night. The adjustments implemented with guidance from the program coaches have resulted in an 18% annual reduction in energy consumption from 22 to 24. And here you see the first 3 quarters from these 2 years. And the increase in energy consumption during the 3rd quarter compared to the 1st and 2nd quarters can be attributed to cooling needs. The collaboration with the municipality regarding the HVAC systems and optimization of the settings has increased awareness of the importance of servicing HVAC systems. Hans Christian Andersen's house is the only location where the municipality has a service agreement for the BMS facilities. Subsequently, the municipality has also established a service agreement for Tid, another exhibition space of Museum Odense, recognizing the value of well-maintained facilities. The interdisciplinary collaboration in connection with the project has led to greater understanding and closer collaboration between the different professional areas at the museum, from department heads to regular employees. Moving forward, we plan to continue close monitoring of the indoor climate in Villevau and the Memorial Hall. The cracks in the frescoes in the Memorial Hall will be reviewed in 3 years to monitor their development. The facility manager will continue to adjust the HVAC settings seasonally and update the roadmap when new adjustments are needed. Our experience from this project is that the HVAC system shutdown can be done without compromising the storage conditions for the objects. Expanding some of the climate parameters along with cleaning up system operating parameters can lead to reduced energy consumption and a lower carbon footprint. With these initiatives, Museum Odense has taken a step towards becoming more sustainable and towards a carbon neutral future. And our recommendations are HVAC system cleanup. A regular review and adjustments can yield significant energy savings. Calibration. BMS sensors should be calibrated as part of service agreements for accurate climate monitoring. And the service agreement should be mandatory as it helps save energy in the long term. Continuous climate monitoring ensures that we can identify and respond to unintended changes and thereby achieve a stable and energy-saving climate. Close interdisciplinary collaboration between facilities and preservation teams fosters greater understanding of each other's areas of expertise. And that was my talk for today. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Greta. It's so exciting to see how much you've been able to do in such a short time. So a huge thank you for your presentation, for sharing your journey with us. I would love to invite Annemette and Soren back. And of course, if anyone has any questions for any of our colleagues, we have some time for Q&A. As always, I have a million questions, so I'm happy to kick us off while our audience adds to the conversation. But Greta, I wanted to touch on a point that you brought up that I think is super important and we haven't dove into in a lot of depth, and that is the servicing of systems. And I have to say, I was really shocked to learn about how much of an impact just cleaning out your HVAC system can have on energy. Would you mind expanding a little bit more?
But you have to bear in mind that these are new HVAC systems, and it's taking really a long time to adjust the settings to get the systems to run optimal.
Okay, interesting.
In a new building as well.
Yeah, and again, this is why it's not so easy as just flipping a switch like these things time. So is the optimization of the HVAC system part of the service agreement, or how does that work? Like,
I might not be the best person to answer this question.
Conservator over here.
I'm not like does well. Bo, can you join in? I don't know if Bo. So does like agreements. Building a new system in a new house or setting up a new system in a new building, there's like as 1 year servicing, 3 year servicing maybe. So you have these agreements, I think, years apart to check how the systems are running. But I can't really answer the question better than that. Sorry.
Oh, well, no worries. Well, we'll see if maybe Bo's able to join us. I think that would be really interesting to hear about. And yeah, I mean, even the not just in terms of the operations and the optimization, but also just in terms of cleaning units and making sure that they're running efficiently. I actually read about this in a home tip energy saver that said if you just wash your radiators, you make huge impact in terms of energy efficiency. And I found that to be really fascinating. So I'm glad we got to mention that. So Grilla, while we're still with you, and we had a question in the chat. Dave wanted to know, do you know your year-to-year energy variation? He said it's not unusual for 20% difference in energy year-to-year.
Yeah, no, I don't. So the museum opened in 21, so it's been open for 3.5 years. And with the setting adjustments, I don't think we have any numbers to use yet, because they've been done these adjustments. So I think we need some more years before we can see how it goes, and see how the energy variations are.
Fantastic. And I see we do have Bo with us. Bo, if you wouldn't mind joining us. Hi, it's nice to see you. Oh, I think we lost him for a second. There he is. Hi, Bo. Thanks for joining us. Oh, we're connecting to audio. Just a moment. There we go. Bo, thanks for joining us. I was wondering, did you have something to add in terms of the conversation about the facilities? And it looks like we might have lost Bo. All right. Well, while we're seeing if we can get him back on, I was wondering, we had a question for Annemette and Søren, and in terms of let's see, following Caitlin's side, how challenging do you think the rebuild and the on-off programming will be? There we go. So we're talking about the rebuild and how that looks. So can you tell us a little bit about what the plans are, the challenges, expectations?
Søren, yeah. Take it away.
I'm on now. Yeah, we, as Annemette told, we change our exhibition every 5 months and have a rebuild period of 3 to 4 weeks. So 2 times a year, we're like shutting down a gallery. And there's only 6 to 8 carpenters going in to the gallery. So our thought was, why do we run our HVAC system to a degree where we can cope with 200 people in a room, whereas there are only 8, and it's nearly a construction site. So we were thinking doing this rebuild mode in a BMS system based on a calendar, because Annemette and her colleagues have a exhibition calendar. And I don't think it's that hard. We need to discuss it with our BMS contractor to build that feature in. So it's just like, instead of me doing all the settings, change of settings, that's just a push button on our BMS screen saying rebuild mode or whatever we want to call it. And I extended for a number of days with a buffer in each end, so the exhibition can run a bit longer or start a bit before, whatever. And we will save a lot of energy on that mode switch, because it will become very easy for us to do. We can and Mette probably has an exhibition calendar running 2 years. Yeah, it's right there behind her, and maybe 3. So even now she knows when a certain gallery is closed in 2026 or maybe 2027. So yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I can't imagine it being that difficult for our BMS supplier, because it's like a feature they're used to dealing with, just in a new way. Like, it's night and day switch, but instead we extend the night and call it a different thing, and a different kind of night. It's just a switch of settings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think that makes so much sense. And once again, this is where technology is our friend, even if Zoom sometimes is mean to us, because and also why it's important to have relationships with your software providers, your BMS system provider, or your, if you're doing any AI energy optimization software. And
yeah, AI is a step above what we're discussing right now.
Mhm.
And we're discussing this rebuild mode because it's easy for us to implement within our BMS system. We don't have to go through a firewall to an external AI software development. So
Okay, so
yeah.
in this case, it's actually easier to implement it at the BMS level.
Yeah, and the impact is so big because it's 2 months every year. So it's how many % is that of the year? I can't figure out. But it's a lot of time where we can reduce the energy consumption to a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and I think that's really that's one of the things that we need to be cognizant about. We need to be aware of is
Yeah.
like actually what's happening in our buildings. And we had some conversations about this yesterday. You know, turning HVAC systems off at night. And Grilla, of course, and Odin's, you guys have led the way on this. You started years ago, when there are no people in the building. And if there's fewer people or no people, then you know there's not going to be as much of an impact on your climate. So I think that's really exciting. So when are you guys planning on implementing the rebuild mode? That's obviously in progress right now? Is that correct?
Yeah, we're discussing it with our suppliers. So start next year.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of like stuff about security we have to figure out to get them into our system. So yeah.
Yeah, and this is once again another really important example of the fact that, and Joel Taylor was talking about this yesterday, that there's so many things that are related to climate control that you don't think are related to climate control. And when you start looking at it, you realize how many factors are influencing these conversations. Like you wouldn't think that security has anything to do with climate control, but actually it has almost everything to do with climate control. So it's really that interdisciplinary component that we've seen in so many of these presentations is really, really important. So yeah, thank you so much for that. Absolutely. Grilla, we had a question that I think you might be able to help us expand on. And thank you, Sophie. And we were talking about, you know, a lot of the presentations that we've had are with fully climatized big museums, you know, you got, or with, you know, more modern buildings. But of course, a lot of institutions are in historic buildings or older buildings with either low or no HVAC systems. And so Sophie was wondering, is it also possible to save energy with updating climate control in these contexts? And of course, I know that Odin's has multiple buildings. So I don't know if Grilla, if you have any insights into that, or any experience that you might be willing to share?
I don't really have that much experience with old buildings. Another of our buildings where we have tried night shutdown, it's a new building, only 13, 14 years old. So you can't really compare it, I guess, with the old buildings. So well, I'm sorry, I don't really have that much experience.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Because
No.
I know that you had the other buildings that are part of the museum that you
Yeah.
had been working with. How old are those buildings?
We have only been working with these two, which have HVAC systems.
Okay.
And we have another exhibition place in like where the shell is an old building, but there's no HVAC system. So yeah, only heating.
Have
Yeah.
you tried to do any energy savings or climate control adjustments in the building that doesn't have an HVAC system?
Well, not as far as I know, not beside, well, done working with lighting, like exchanging old lighting to LED system, saving energy in that way, and using movement sensors in order to have the light switch off automatically. But that would again be Bo who could answer the question in regards to heating. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Once again, I'm a conservator as well, so sometimes these things are way over my head. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think Bo's here, but I'm not sure if his audio is working. So we'll see if he's able to join us for that. We had another question that we were talking about a bit earlier, and I know that Aros, you guys are involved in a new building project. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So could you tell us a little bit about how you're thinking about climate control in the context of this new building, and if this is something energy efficiency that, that this is part of the conversation and what that looks like?
Should I say something, Søren? I mean, for the sky space, it has a big hole in the top, to the outdoor.
Cool.
So that is, the nature of the sky space. So that has this kind of like its own climate. We have heated seating, which of course isn't a energy saving thing, but as such, the whole Tyrrell dome is of course not climatized, as it has a big hole in the roof. And I know a little bit about the gallery that we are adding, but maybe you know more, Søren?
Yeah, we have a underground gallery next to the Sky Space Dome, and it's not meant to be climatized with in reference to relative humidity because it's underground. We didn't feel confident enough to build like a bunker, basically, and turn it into an art gallery, and saying we could do control within a few decimal points of relative humidity.
Mm-hmm.
So it's temperature. We control the temperature and the CO2 within the underground gallery.
And the gallery space is meant for contemporary art commissions. So that would be the premise for any artist exhibiting in that gallery space, is that so we wouldn't, bring our paintings collection in that gallery. So it's a very, for a specific yet wide range of art.
Well, isn't that kind of brilliant? Like, we've been talking a little bit about, do we just need to start rethinking where we're putting our art rather than trying to control spaces in terms of temperature and relative humidity? Is that crazy? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, we do it a lot at ours. We have various galleries all, through the different floors, and we try to program our contemporary art in a specific gallery on level 1, where we then often don't turn on the climate control system, which is something that we of course discuss with the artist. And but sometimes, as I mentioned, the art comes from a barn somewhere. So why do we put it into a very strict controlled environment? It's going back to the barn afterwards. And then we have our more classical exhibitions in a specific, very high security, often very climate controlled, strict parameters gallery. So we kind of like can have the programming follow, the art program kind of tries to follow a climate program system. So we keep those in line. It doesn't always, we don't always succeed. Sometimes the curators go wild, but we try to match up. And in the future, we'll also try to look into planning, seasonal planning. When we have these, what we call blockbuster, classical art, Picasso and whatnot, we will try to convince our chief curator that they should be planned in the fall, winter, yes. I think that's going to be a challenge, but that's something that we really want to add to our programming.
I love that. And I think that that's so important. And we touched on this a little bit yesterday with the concept of proof fluctuations and historical contexts kind of determining what an artwork can handle. And I love this example of the barn artwork. Like that is, I'm going to start using that if that's okay. I'll reference you, of course. But, I remember I was at this, I was teaching a workshop for students, for conservation students, about sustainability. And they all had to present to me a project where they were considering sustainability. And a lot of them were talking about things like greener solvents or different creating systems. And every single one of these projects, they had these unbelievably tight requirements for the climate control. And there was one project that they said, it's a painting, like it was like an 18th century painting or something that was in a private collection at someone's house. And they recommended ±2 and ±5. And I said, where did you get those numbers from? And they said, well, it's what CCI recommends. And I said, okay, can you tell me what the current conditions are for the object? And they're like, well, it's over a mantle, it's over a fireplace in a historic house. And I was like, so do you think that it's actually currently in those conditions? And they said, no. I said, do you think it's realistic that that object will ever be in those conditions? And they said, no. And I said, so why are we recommending that? And they were kind of at a loss. But once again, this goes into this whole idea of breaking away from reading numbers on a table in a book to actually using our brains, which we all have. I mean, one of the things I love about working in the cultural sector is we're all brilliant and creative and smart. And so we need to, have some confidence in that. And I love this idea of looking at curating our exhibitions from a seasonal perspective, from a climate perspective. And I've heard that this is something, I believe it was talking to ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum, about this as well. But I think it's really exciting that we can start thinking more creatively and working with our environments rather than trying to control it. And this is what Joel was saying yesterday. We have to stop trying to control things and start working with our environments. So I think that's absolutely brilliant. Amazing. Well, a huge, huge thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a riff there, but you guys always inspire me. So we are at time for our Q&A session, but just a huge, huge thank you to the Aros team, to the Odins team, to Bo, to Grilla, to Annemeta, to Soren. You guys are so inspiring. It's amazing to see how much you've accomplished, and it's really exciting to see what you're going to be doing. Soren, I'm going to be checking in on this button to see how it works. I think everyone on the conference today is going to want to know what that looks like in practice. So we hope to get updates soon. So thank you guys so much for your willingness to be a part of this journey, for your willingness to share your experiences. I think it's really inspiring for everyone that sees this to know that, yes, there are obstacles, but yes, there's also really, really exciting benefits to this work. And it does take time and effort, but I hope that in the end, it's worth it. So a huge, huge thank you to you all. We are now going to have a lunch break. Everyone, please get up, stretch. I hope you have some sunshine. It's a beautiful day here in Rome. So get some fresh air, grab a fresh cup of coffee, and we will see you back here at 10 minutes past noon, Central European time. So 10 minutes past the hour. We're going to be joined by our colleague from Arts Council England, Anne Sedal, who is going to be telling us all about the myths and mysteries of government indemnity schemes. So really looking forward to seeing you guys back here in half an hour. Thanks so much for joining this morning. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling very motivated after this morning's sessions. It is really, really exciting to see all of the incredible work that's going on. And for me, even more so about all of the exciting future plans that our current champions have and that our new champions have. So I would say watch this space. We still have a lot to share and a lot to learn from each other. So what we wanted to do this afternoon is spend some time, as I've been saying all day, busting some myths. There are a lot of reasons not to update climate control. Joel went through a few examples yesterday. We've heard some of the obstacles that our champions have encountered: lack of resources, including time, money, personnel, some things, for example, arbitration or government contracts. I mean, there are all kinds of things that might get in the way. But as we've seen, they are not unachievable, let's say. They can be overcome. It is always possible to find a way to work over any obstacle that comes in your path, especially when it comes to climate control. So what I wanted to do with our session right now is spend a little time, as I've said, busting some myths, because very commonly you will hear one of 4 arguments as the main reason why you cannot update climate control. The first one that I hear a lot is loan agreements. We've looked at loan agreements. We've talked a little bit about loan agreements. We'll get into some strategies for loan agreements later. But this is where we have to think about collective action. This is where conferences like this, case studies, transparency, open conversations can make all the difference. Because when it comes to loan agreements, it's really about fear. And I will share more information with you guys later this afternoon when we get into this specific topic. But let's just say we're going to go ahead and say that's no longer an obstacle. Number 2, insurance companies. Now, I have been interviewing private insurance companies from all over the globe over the last couple of years on this specific topic. And not only have I heard that this is not a conversation that in private insurance companies have, but actually there are no claims that I have been able to find that have been filed based on climate control. And that's because private insurance companies do not insure on climate control. Yes, obviously, extreme temperature and relative humidity is covered by insurance, but when we're talking about ±2 versus ±5, that's not a conversation that your insurance agent is part of. The other thing that we hear a lot about is lawyers. Well, our lawyers won't let us do it. That has to do with loan agreements, right? Once again, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But the truth of the matter is, when it comes to lawyers, they're there to help support you. They don't make the rules on climate. They didn't go through 8 years of conservation training. So they're only there to help support your aims and objectives. And once again, as we saw yesterday, the aims and objectives of loan agreements is to make a loan happen. So lawyers are no longer a scapegoat for us. They are actually on our team. Last thing I hear about all the time when it comes to the obstacles in our way for updating climate control is government indemnity schemes. And this is why I am so excited to be joined by an expert today, Anna Sedal from the Arts Council England, who's going to be talking with us a little bit about government indemnity schemes. So before I ask Anna to join us, and Anna, please go ahead and turn on your video if you're able to. Nice to see you. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. One of the things that's really interesting to me when I started looking at this government indemnity scheme concept was that it had been referenced to me a lot of times for a reason to not update climate control. But when I started reading the indemnity schemes, I found that it wasn't instructive when it came to climate control. And one of the sessions that we had with our Danish cohort was on the Danish indemnity scheme. And it turns out that climate control is not mentioned in the Danish indemnity scheme. So this got me curious, and I started looking into other countries and indemnity schemes around the globe. And it turns out that government indemnity schemes are not the obstacle that we think they may be. So Anna, I would love to welcome you officially to the International Climate Control Conference. It's wonderful to have you with us today, and thank you so much for joining. If you wouldn't mind, maybe you are probably better at introducing yourself than I am, so I'll hand over to you to say hello.
Hiya. Yes, I'm Anna Siddle. I work with the Government Indemnity Scheme at Arts Council England.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And I know that we had a conversation last week kind of examining the indemnity scheme in the UK. And as I had mentioned to you, I have been trying very hard to get a climate control program up and running in the UK. And many of the institutions I've talked to who are interested in this topic have said, we can't do it yet. We're waiting for the update on the indemnity scheme. So I was wondering if you might be willing to give us a little bit of an overview about what is going on with the update and kind of get some clarity and transparency around how this impacts climate control updates for institutions.
Sure. I mean, just to sort of take an immediate step back, because this sort of informs all of this, is indemnity is there, and government indemnity in the UK is there to support the borrowing of items and to support the borrowing of items so people, wherever they are in the UK, communities can benefit from those. That's the purpose of the scheme. And it's really, really trusted and it's really valued, and it saves museums tens of millions of pounds in insurance premiums. So without it, lots of exhibitions couldn't go ahead. And it's underwritten by the government. It's in its name, government indemnity. So ultimately, it's the public person demonstrating that value for the public as well. And when we're administrating it as Arts Council, we're seeking to get a balance between that enabling as many people as possible to use it, retaining the trust of lenders and the government as underwriters by minimising the claims, and finally ensuring that in the thankfully rare events that organisations, there is a claim, that organisations have the supporting information to make the claim. So that's the context we're working in. And then the other bit of context, and again, this is quite important because of what we find when we were doing our research into the environmental things, is the borrowers using the scheme are hugely varied. They range from the huge government-funded museums and libraries and archives down to local authorities, universities, large trusts, down to actually really, really small volunteer-run museums. So lots of people with really, really different experience of things, different access to information, but the need for different guidelines. And we're trying to navigate all of this. So the context in which things are written is trying to navigate the fact that some very small people will want more routes through and more help than others. So I think that helps when you read the context and when you read any guidelines and when you're trying to understand it. And I think that possibly helps with where some of the misunderstandings have come from over the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would agree with that. I think, you know, it's quite an undertaking to be able to create something that is for everyone. And as you said, and as we've seen through the course of this conference, you know, different museums have different resources available and might need more or less support in making decisions. So it sounds like it's maybe some of the confusion has been from trying to apply guidelines that aren't actually guidelines.
I think so. And I think we can do a lot of semantics around naming things, but essentially, I think looking back at it, things grew up over the trying to make things easy for people. And then myths grew up around what was being asked, but also probably were being asked for as part of this as well. And recently we, in response to some feedback, we went and looked at the temperature and RH conditions because people, as you say, were being concerned that it was a barrier to their carbon footprint. And then we, having received some desk-based research, we then talked to applicants and we got some really diametrically opposing messages back about their practice and experience and what might help them. And so that led us to going back to the basics and back to what the legal requirement is that people are signing up to for indemnity, to really sort of strip it back to help try and demystify and clarify some of the things that are actually needed as part of the indemnity.
I think that's a really interesting, you used the word the legal aspects, and I think that this is really something really important to highlight. And you and I talked a little bit about this last week, that, you know, when it comes to what the government indemnity scheme, you had mentioned that government indemnity scheme is not collections care.
No.
And you just talked about the fact that it's actually a legal document. Can you talk a little bit more about what that means, what the difference is?
I think it's I think what did come out that people were using it in replacement for collections care in the absence of having anything more up to date to go to. But actually, it is literally a contract of insurance. It is trying to minimize the risk to government, trying to make sure that people have the evidence in the event of a claim, and do that. So it's a risk management. That's all it's doing. And people had put lots of different things. I think people had wanted to make sure that they could adapt rooms, buildings to as many things as possible. So you'd ended up going for the higher end of everything, whereas actually looking at what you're borrowing, an indemnity is issued for a specific instance, whether it's an exhibition or a long-term loan, for a specific set of items, to a specific set of lenders and a specific institution. It's specific to those things. And sorry.
No, please go ahead.
And the requirement in environmental terms from the UK government indemnity is that people, and I quote, provide a level of environmental control appropriate to the care of the indemnified objects and comply with any further arrangement which Arts Council as environmental advisor may recommend.
So there are no numbers on that.
There are no numbers on that. There were numbers on the application form for non-nationals.
Okay.
And
Has that
we updated the form about a year ago now, and this is the big change. And we've had some really positive feedback. And like I say, we think these numbers were that there was always the ability to vary them, but we think that was quite hidden. That flexibility was quite hidden in the wording of the form. Again, you try and get a form that's easy for people to fill in, and I think people were reading it differently. I think this is a really daunting thing to be borrowing things, high value things for a lot of people, and people want to get it right, and getting it right is one of the things that keep the risk low. So for the best intentions, the best reasons, people were becoming fixated on the numbers, and so we updated the form to ask people to explain what conditions were appropriate to the items they were borrowing, and to evidence why that was appropriate for those items, and to do that. So we refer people to other sources of advice for what is going to be appropriate, because that then better reflects the fact that nowadays we get a huge variety of material through. I think when the scheme probably started, we get lots of art, but now it's much more varied in terms of metals and decorative pieces and right across the breadth. So much more flexible.
But that's amazing. And I think that that's so important for people to hear, that this is not an instruction manual. This is not a requirements. This is not a, you have to do this or you will not qualify. This is a you guys are the experts. So you tell me why this makes the most sense and give us reasons to make sure that we feel comfortable with it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and if you need guidelines, there's different places to go for collections care, advice, support about what might be appropriate to those items if you're less certain about it or are having debates with lenders, that sort of thing.
That's amazing. And I think that that's so, that's such an eloquent way to approach it. It's inviting conversation, it's opening up to the expertise of the professionals, but it's also providing support if there's not that in-house expertise. So I'm very excited because it's so funny. In the past, I've been like, oh, the government indemnity scheme, it's blocking people from making change. But actually, it sounds to me like it's really supportive of people making change and implementing these principles we've been talking about, using our brains and contextualizing things for win-win situations.
Yeah, and I'm not going to promise it's perfect. We're really interested in making it work for people, making it relevant for people, and making it something that is manageable for us internally in terms of our resources, but also just user focused in terms of what the applicant and what the lender needs. So managing all of those things. We won't be right. We'll carry on learning, and really, really committed to making it relevant over and doing some more work on that across a whole range of things over the next few years. Yeah.
That's absolutely brilliant. And I love that. I love that you said relevant, and I'm going to start using that, relevant over perfect. It's not about being perfect, it's about being relevant. And I think that that's something that we as cultural professionals need to maybe remind ourselves of. As you said, like all of this is best intentions in terms of trying to be perfect, but what we actually need to think about is what's necessary, what's acceptable, what's relevant, and what conversations need to be had around it. So yeah, I think that's brilliant. One other thing that you had mentioned is that there's a difference for national and non-national institutions. Could you describe a little bit about what the requirements are for national institutions? Because I found that to be really interesting as well.
The requirements are the same. We just ask, as part of supporting non-nationals who will be less familiar with things, we ask them for a bit more evidence and a bit more description. So it's the application form for the non-national museums that contains this information and this suggestion. The nationals have a much simpler application form. That's the difference. It's just the application process.
Okay, brilliant. Because I remember you said something about a clause stating that national museums loaning to national museums kind of it's like a trust thing, like we expected.
So we cover national museums borrowing things.
Okay.
And national museums lending follow the same framework, but they don't lend through us. It's through their loan agreements. So, yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. And yeah, because I remember we were talking a little bit about what I like to call the trust clause, which is, institutions basically agreeing to treat collections as if they were their own, and kind of having that trust between colleagues of like, okay, I know I'm lending this to you, but I trust you because I know that you're going to take care of it like it's your own. I know that you take care of your own collections well. So that's also kind of at the ethos of this as well. Is that correct?
I think so. But I mean, some of this is going to come down to, we've got the framework for lending, and the framework for lending for government indemnity, and the nationals as lenders will have their own risk tolerances, their own processes, their own lending, but the framework for government indemnity remains the same, and they can draw on that. But anything they want to do above that is their processes, their tolerances. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, I mean, it sounds to me like that the indemnity scheme, first of all, people are saying that they're waiting for the update. What would be your response to that?
The application is there, it's being used, it's in progress. We're still working through questions that people have in response to it and responding, but no, it's there in practice. We're just clarified the fact that there's existing flexibility. We think at the minute that responds to what people are needing. I think you also asked me a question about claims to do with environmental damage and things like that.
Yes.
The only caveat I would have is, yes, we haven't had claims where people have cited environmental damage, But what we don't know, and what we're really interested in evidence for, is we don't know that whether that's because of the controls in place or in spite of. And that's where we're looking for evidence. That's where we need it. That's where we need to build confidence in that sort of thing.
I see. Well, I'm hoping that some of the case studies from this program can help to support the evidence needed to show that the claims on climate control are not there, not just because we're being extra cautious, but actually because they're not needed, because there's not going to be damage from that. So I'm really excited to help support continuing to gather that evidence. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Brilliant. And so we are at time. This has gone way too fast. I think we probably needed an hour because I could talk to you forever. But I wanted to ask, is there anything else that you would like to share with the audience around just some clarity or transparency around the indemnity scheme, or this idea of enabling climate control updates?
Like I say, we're interested in keeping the scheme relevant. We're interested in looking at the evidence coming forward. We're interested where it's having, people think it's having inadvertent impact. I noticed that Dave Thickett has just put the comment of saying that we're advocating for air conditioning. Absolutely, we're not advocating for air conditioning and what's appropriate. So if that is still something that that appears confusing, just we'll have another conversation. Absolutely, there can be other ways other than to provide the most appropriate thing, and I mean there's been ways for a long time that do that, so more than happy if it's still sending out mixed messages for people to have conversations with us where it's not clear. So yeah.
That's amazing. Well, I think it's so important to have that transparency, but even more than that, just the invitation to have conversations. And, one thing that I would just love to continue to emphasize to everyone who's watching is that, we're all humans. We all want to make this work. We're all on the same team. So if there's something that is either confusing or that you can't achieve, don't be scared to ask to have a conversation about it. I mean, one of the things we saw in our bridges yesterday is this idea of yes first. Let's see how we can make this work. Let's have discussions about why this makes sense or why this doesn't make sense. And I love the fact that the indemnity scheme is also open to these conversations. And you're absolutely lovely. I would love to have an excuse to talk with you. So I'm sure the rest of the audience agrees. It's really nice to humanize this as well.
Yeah, no, the rest of the team are fabulous, and we've got a generic email, but there's people behind that. It's a generic email so that we've got continuity if people are off, but do email at us, the government indemnity email. I can send a link through. And again, remember, we're trying to make this work for such a wide variety of organisations and who have completely different ways of dealing with this. So yes. Let's make it work.
I love that. I love that. Well, just once again, a huge thank you for joining us and for giving some clarity to this topic, because I think that it's been an excuse in the past for people to not make change. But as we can see, this is no longer a barrier. This is actually a support system for us. And that's really, really exciting to me. So I would encourage everybody who's in the UK, you no longer can say that the indemnity scheme is stopping you from making updates to your climate control. Just going to go ahead and make that blanket statement. I know I said no blanket statements earlier, but I'm doing that. I hope that's fair to say. And I would just love to encourage everyone to ask questions. If you are not in the UK, if you're in another country, Canada, the US, somewhere else that has an indemnity scheme that you are not clear about or you think is blocking updates to climate control, stop making assumptions and let's start having conversations. So thank you so much, Anna, for joining us today. This has been such a pleasure. I really look forward to continuing conversations with you and continuing to help support the UK museum world and having successful loans and also be more sustainable.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Anna. Wonderful. All right. So we are also really excited to be joined today by a colleague who has been an integral advisor in the entire Danish cohort, but is also an expert on preventive conservation and sustainable storage within of itself. So it's my great pleasure to ask Jesper Stebbet Jensen to join us. I think Jesper is a panelist. Hi, Jesper. How are you doing?
Hi. Oh,
Great to see you. Great to see you. All right. You can, there we go. Now we can see you.
thank you.
Perfect. So I'm really excited to be joined by you today. Thank you so much for agreeing to be here. And I think, you know, we've talked a lot about collections management and we've looked at gallery spaces, but you are one of the world-renowned experts on storage. So I'm going to turn over to you and let's dive into that wonderful world.
Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you for having me on this meeting. So I hope everything is okay and you can see my PowerPoint.
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Jesper Stebbet Jensen, and I'm head of research and collection at the Viking Ship Museum in Roskilde in Denmark. And I'm trained as a conservator, but since the 1990s, I have been working at the National Museum of Denmark on developing low energy storage facilities for collections. For more than 20 years, I have also been involved in developing ISO and European standards on storage of heritage collection. And lately, I have been consultant to the Green Museum Academy in Denmark and also to the Danish cohort on getting climate control under control. I will give you a brief overview of two different projects, which in combination document that for most heritage collection, it is possible to save energy and reduce CO2 consumption without compromising storage quality, which is also the title of my presentation. Since the 1990s, we have in Denmark worked on developing low energy storage facilities for heritage collection. In first place, the reason was to reduce the rate of decay and thereby reduce the need for conservation treatment by improving the storage conditions. In the beginning of this century, also the reduction of energy and saving money was an important issue, leaving more resources for research and dissemination. Later, reduction of carbon footprint or CO2 consumption without compromising storage quality was a very important reason to develop on this issue. Since the turn of the century, a number of new storage facilities have been constructed around in Denmark. And here you can see some examples of facilities built within the last 20 years. Most of these facilities are shared between several museums, and most of them are built on the principle of low energy storage facilities. This presentation is focusing on storage for heritage collections. However, the principles can to some extent be used in exhibition areas, especially if we educate the audience to accept a climate outside the human comfort for some few periods. On the other hand, most collections are in storage, so reducing energy consumption here is vital to a sustainable future for museums. To investigate and document how these low energy storage facilities worked compared with traditional storage facilities, we established a research project back in the 1910 or 11. The purpose of the project was to measure the climate and the energy performance of different storage facilities in Denmark and compare with quality expressed as the time-weighted preservation index. In this slide, you can see the principle of the low energy storage building. An uninsulated floor makes it possible to cool the well-insulated building during the summer and heat the building during the cold winter, thus using the temperature to control the humidity. Only a very little amount of energy is used to dehumidify the air in very damp periods. It should, however, also be noted that this principle is not usable in all climate zones around the world, but primarily in temperated climate zones. The time-weighted preservation index is developed by the Image Permanence Institute and is used worldwide as an indicator of the rate of chemical decay. The index expresses the quality of the indoor climate. The time-weighted preservation index is dependent on a combination of temperature and humidity. The higher number, the better storage quality. So if you have the traditional 20 degrees Celsius and 50% RH, the time-weighted preservation index will be calculated to 44. If you lower the temperature, you can increase the time-weighted preservation index even at the same number of humidity. And you can even go so low as 4 degrees Celsius, and you will have a very high number. But you can also go another way. You can lower the relative humidity, and then again, you will have a very high time-weighted preservation index. So this is how you explain it in a very short way. So this diagram shows the slowly changing of temperature inside a refurbished storage room from the National Museum. The slowly changing temperature makes sure that the relative humidity will be constant between 50 and 60% RH. And this will correlate to a time-weighted preservation index of around 60 to 70. If we compare that with a purpose-built low-energy storage in, for instance, Vejle or Ribe, you will be able to double the storage quality to 120 when you build on these principles I showed you before. We did a lot of experimentation back then, and here is an overview of different sites that had been examined. And if you take a look at the yellow area here, you can see the numbers from Ribe and Vejle, which is purpose-built as a low-energy storage facility. And you can see in the diagram that the time-weighted preservation index will be 120, and it was calculated that the energy consumption would be less than 3 kilowatt per square meter per year. But actually, when we measured the number and not only calculated it, it turned out that in 2019, these sites only used 0.4 kilowatt per cubic meter per year. So much lesser than calculated. And if you compare that to a normal traditional storage using a traditional HVAC system, you can see that the energy consumption is very much higher than for the low energy buildings, and the storage quality is even lower. So using a lot of energy without having any positive effect on the storage quality. So this very briefly demonstrates that it's possible to achieve a time-weighted preservation index of more than 120 without cooling, with the correct building design, using less than 0.4 kilowatt per cubic meter per year. And here is another expression of the results. And you can see the time-weighted preservation index in the bottom of the diagram and the energy consumption on the left of the diagram, and all the sites that were included in the research project. And you can also see that the low energy buildings are shown here with the red pointer, and it's the level of where you use less energy and have a high storage quality. So now I will turn to the other project and present some key results from a national condition survey of museums collection that we have done in Denmark. In 2003, the Danish government published a report describing the current challenges of preservation of Danish cultural heritage in state-funded and national museums. The report concluded that significant parts of the national cultural heritage was exposed to poor storage condition and many objects need conservation treatment. The report recommended that an extraordinary effort should be made to preserve objects of unique national importance and that better storage buildings should be built to avoid future degradation. In 2006, complementary and more comprehensive study of the storage condition at the state-funded museum was published, which documented the long-term problems with storage condition and climate and the increasing preservation problems. Climate change also seemed to make the situation even worse. The National Condition Survey of state-subsidized museums in Denmark were repeated in 2023 to demonstrate if initiatives to improve storage condition on a national level has been a success. It's a rather comprehensive study that were implemented over a period of nearly 2 years, but in very brief and short, it showed that in the result of the 2006 survey, 2/3 of the storage area were very poor or insufficient to take care of the collections. And the result of the 2023 survey showed that 103 museums participated in the survey, 350 storage buildings were examined, and the result of this was that 60% of the storage area was excellent or sufficient, while 35% was insufficient, and 5% of the collection area, the storage area, was in very poor condition. So the conclusion from comparing those two surveys showed that from 2006 to 2023, the number of bad storage or poor quality storage facilities was reduced from 33% to 8%. On the other hand, it showed that from the 2006 survey, only 34% of the areas of the storage area was in excellent or sufficient condition, and now it was increased to 60%. And if we go a little further in that direction and go deeper into the reason, we can conclude that it's because museums have built new storage, low energy storage facilities, and have moved collections into that area. So the conclusion of this combination of those two projects is that energy consumption in a low energy storage building in a temperate climate zone can be as low as 3 kilowatt the consumption of energy, 3 kilowatt per square meter or cubic meter per year, with a time weighted preservation index of more than 120, compared to more than 30 kilowatt per cubic meter it should be per year for a standard HVAC building. And when we compare the two national condition survey from 2006 and 2023, show that the storage condition and collection have improved primarily due to moving collections to low energy storage building, and thus demonstrating that it's possible to save energy and reduce the CO2 consumption without compromising the storage quality. And I just want to, there's a lot of people who have been involved in these projects over the years. So here's just from the 2023 survey, a lot of conservators and conservation centers have been involved. And I thank everybody for contributing to the project. And also a lot of people over the years have done a lot of work on the low energy storage facilities. And you probably know most of the names on this slide, but Morten Rühl and Tim Padfield have been very much contributing to this project. So I just, this very brief introduction says thank you and the best wishes for the conference. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jesper. The Danish low energy storage is world famous. And so it's really exciting to hear about how it works and the impacts and implications for this. So a huge, huge thank you. I know we're running a little behind schedule, but I get asked this question all the time. So if you don't mind, I would love to turn to you to answer this. Obviously, this is the context of Denmark, but does this solution work outside of Denmark? For example, in a more warm or drier climate?
Well, that's a good question. No, it doesn't work in all places around the world.
Okay.
It's primarily at temperated climate zones.
Okay.
We know that there's a lot of storage facilities built after these principles in other countries, in the Poland and in the Netherlands and other places where some of my colleagues have been consultant to those projects. So you have to consider the local natural climate before you consider building a low energy storage facilities.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for providing some clarity on that. And I think this is something I'd love to challenge some of our architect friends out there to see if we can find some solutions for warmer climates or more humid climates. So I think that'll be really interesting to get some inspiration from this and see how we can make it a global thing. So that's brilliant. Thank you so much again, Jesper. It's been such a pleasure working with you during this project, and I'm very much looking forward to continuing conversations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the amazing organizations that has been mentioned a couple of times during the course of our conference has been the Image Permanence Institute. And referenced this morning the work from the HVAC system updates and the dew point measurements tool. We are really, really excited to be joined today by Christopher Cameron, who was integral in making those things a reality. Chris is now working as a coach for the energy side of things in the Key Culture program, a Key Futures program, and also has been a sustainability consultant and specialist for sustainable preservation solutions for the past few years. So Chris, thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to see you.
Oh, it's good to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. So Chris, I'm going to turn over to you. I know you have some really exciting things and very appropriate timing since we've been talking about dew points earlier.
Oh, great. You used the word exciting. I think you're overselling it, Caitlin. All right.
I just get really excited about this stuff.
Well, I'll give a little bit about myself. I know you just said I worked at the Image Permanence Institute previously. You can all see my presentation, I'm assuming.
Yes, you're perfect.
Yep. So I worked at the Image Permanence Institute for 9 years. I made up half of the environmental team. Both worked originally with Jeremy Linden, and the rest of my time there was Kelly Christian, myself. I now do offer consulting on the side. I do consulting work on the side. I've been working with Key on their the program currently. So in the past, I've worked with over 6 institutions, seen a lot of different mechanical issues and environmental problems. And one major topic I want to cover and discuss that many institutions, most people don't really know, and one issue. And just giving, types of projects we've seen in the past, establishing monitoring programs, optimization of mechanical systems, just giving you an idea of the breadth of work. So why would you improve your environment? Why do institutions work to do this? Why, help working with Key? Why would we look to do that? Well, a better environment is going to increase the longevity of your collection. Not only can we work to reduce our carbon footprint, there is potential to improve your collection environment by doing so, by just making, using less reheat. Not all across the board. It all, depends on the institute, depends on the type of mechanical system, but there's great potential to improve your collection environment by reducing your carbon footprint, by making changes to the way we use that mechanical system, by the type of energy we use. And also improving your collection environment if you're looking at making an addition to your facility, changing the layout of your facility. You can also help inform that capital investment, your strategic planning, by doing so. And one of the driving factors here, granted, this is 2018 was the last time this study was done. I'm going to say lighting may have gone down a little bit because we've gotten very much into the use of LEDs more since then. But HVAC is a huge player in the amount of energy we use just as a society in a whole. So this study that was done by the Environmental Institute of America, the Environmental Institute of America. So they looked at how much energy commercial buildings use, and commercial buildings are considered, our museums are considered commercial buildings, libraries are considered commercial buildings. So any type of cultural heritage falls in that block. So we use a very large amount of energy just to maintain our HVAC systems. It's pretty impressive how much we use in doing so. And a lot of that comes from, basic heating and cooling options within the mechanical system, heating and cooling functions within the mechanical system. So what are ways we improve sustainability in this? So the two ways we improve, or one of the biggest ways we can improve it is with that HVAC system. There's a number of energy saving strategies that can be implemented to significantly reduce our carbon footprint. We're anything from shutdowns to setbacks to reduction of outside air. There's a number of different strategies that get implemented, and we could really, in some instances, if you investigate a shutdown, if you assume you can potentially shut a mechanical system down for 8 hours, you can remove a third of the energy cost from that air handling unit's operation just by, identifying that you can do a shutdown, identifying the length of shutdown, working that in there. You can really reduce the cost of that and remove that cost entirely. And there's different methods that you can, piggyback on to further increase the savings, energy savings, to reduce carbon footprint. There's, different things you can pile on once you identify them. But there we go. There is one very important factor when it comes to your HVAC system, and it is both a factor and the major issue that I've been seeing lately. So I'm gonna start with the major factor, and it's something a lot of individuals don't understand, take for granted, don't really assume is like the real priority when you think about a collection space. So one of the things we want to really drive home is dew point is critical. When you're thinking about temperature or relative humidity, you're collecting data with your loggers. Dew point is going to be very critical when you're assessing your collection space. For those of you, if you're not familiar with dew point, if you're not comfortable, dew point's a temperature in which water vapor in the air becomes saturated and water droplets begin to form. Dew point is the best way to understand. It's the absolute amount of moisture in the air. So you have your temperature, you have relative humidity, you have dew point. Dew point's that absolute amount of moisture in the air. And a way to understand relative humidity a bit more is relative humidity is the amount of moisture relative to the temperature. And I'll give an example of this in a second. So assessing dew point, to really understand dew point, will tell you a ton of information about your space. How well does your building envelope hold up? If you collect outside air data, internal data, you can identify if you have building leaks, if you're using too much outside air. Does an enclosure offer any moisture buffering? If you have a vitrine and you putting loggers inside of a vitrine and outside of a vitrine, it's a good way to identify, is the cabinet even holding up? Is the container holding up? Do I have moisture getting inside or air getting inside this container from, is the gasket not any good? Does your mechanical system have moisture control? If you're not familiar with it, with your mechanical system, you put some loggers out there and you see there's some similarities between outside air and inside air. You might not have dehumidification or humidification capabilities. And there's other things, dew point signatures, loss or failure of dew point, where you see slowly your dew point climbs over time, so your mechanical system's failing. And how does moisture affect the space? These are a lot of questions and a lot of issues that many institutions see, but they're not aware is directly connected to the dew point or dew point capabilities. So there's two ways to affect dew point. You can either lower it or increase it. The primary way that you can lower dew point is through your HVAC system, through the use of the cooling coil, where we're going to pass the air across the cooling coil, wring moisture out, and drop the dew point, or through a desiccant system. There are other ways beyond these two, but 99% of the institutions will use some form of cooling coil to dehumidify the air, or a desiccant wheel to remove that moisture. The other way to increase the dew point in a space is by humidifying, actually having humidifiers in your air handling unit and dumping moisture into the air. One key point to drive home, which is actually going to play into the next issue, the issue that I've been seeing, is that a steady dew point, any change in temperature is going to have the opposite effect on relative humidity. So if we're holding a solid dew point, if we're holding, say, the example I'll give in a minute, about say a 60-degree dew point, at that flat line, anytime if I raise the temperature, I'm going to lower the relative humidity. If I lower the temperature, I'm going to increase the relative humidity. So it's really critical to understand that if I'm at a specific dew point, any change in temperature will have the opposite effect of relative humidity. So this will now lead into the most common issue I've encountered. So this past summer, and really it's actually been this entire summer, I have had a number of institutions on many different levels. A couple with Key had experienced this issue, a couple through my own consultation services. It's been more in one summer than I've seen in years, but a number of institutions have really high dew points, like concerningly high dew point. And these have resulted in mold in collection spaces, damage to collections. I can tell you, I do some work with a hospital group here in Rochester, and we worked with a facility that had a dew point that was over 60 degrees. I think it was like 62 or 63 degrees. And they had issues with condensation occurring on ductwork and literally water pouring in around ceiling tiles. And what looked like roof leaks in a 3-story building was actually condensation on the second floor, just pouring from the ceiling like a pipe burst. So it's good to understand that dew point, because it was the high dew point was the reason they were experiencing these issues, similar to the other institutions. So this is using dew point calculator. It's an excellent tool to evaluate your collection spaces, evaluate environmental conditions that you want to use. So I definitely recommend, using it if you're planning spaces. But so this is typical. If you look at this graph, this screen, this temperature, relative humidity, dew point is very typical of many institutions that I talked to this summer. So we're looking at dew points high, around 60-degree dew point, which is it's very higher than we would expect. When I see in many operations, even in office buildings, a reasonable dew point, even for human comfort, 60 is high, but a 50 would be more realistic, reasonable. In average office conditions, we say, or standard office conditions, 70% or 70-degree temperature, 50% relative humidity, 50-degree dew point. But this is what you're seeing on the screen is what I've seen for a number of institutions this past summer. So the dew point is 60 degrees. So we're looking at a 60-degree dew point, which is very high. They're trying to use cool temperatures because they know cooler is better for collections. They know that cooler is going to help the collections. However, because they have that low temperature, again, as they're using that low temperature, they're driving the relative humidity up. So we have a 73% relative humidity. And if you look on the right, our natural aging, the PI, similar to what Jesper was talking about earlier, the TWPI, is 21, and it's not great. We'd like to see that much lower. The higher that number, or much higher, the higher the number, the better. You see, we're coming up as risks. Mechanical damage is a risk. Mold is potentially a risk. Metal corrosion is a risk. And the mold is very concerning because we're at 64 days till mold. That's 64 days at these conditions. If we have a microclimate, a cold spot in the room, a cold floor, a cold wall, that could drastically increase the chance of mold from 64. I actually was working with an institution the other day where I was showing them this information. We took temperatures on a wall, and the cold wall was 3 to 4 degrees colder. You factor in that 3 to 4 degrees, and it dropped the days to mold till 9. So they were, with their microclimate on a wall, they were 9 days to mold. So it's really interesting to look at it from this perspective, because what are my options here? So we have to either change the temperature or change the dew point. So if I change temperature, and it's important, take a look, my PI, my EMC, my days to mold, what's about to happen. So if I change just the temperature, again, if I'm going to drive that temperature up, I'm going to drive the relative humidity down. So in doing so, if I want to I want to bring the relative humidity, say, under 60%. So to bring that relative humidity under 60, I have to increase the temperature to about 76 degrees. I lowered my PI only 1, so I took 1 off my PI. It's not the end of the world, still not great. I still have too low a PI that for me to feel comfortable with. It's really high temperatures for some collections, may cause many conservators to panic. And if you look at everything else, I brought my mechanical damage in line. I brought my metal corrosion in line. They're not risks anymore, they're okay. And mold risk has gone to good. So I was able to bring these in line. Am I comfortable with this? Not entirely. The unfortunate thing is this is where I've seen a number of institutions here over the summer having to work with this dew point, not able to replace mechanical systems or change the dew point. And I've seen it enough that I was actually starting to believe the units were like a sale. Someone was just trying to get them out the door and really sold them dirt cheap to people. So it's actually quite alarming that there's that many out there. But our next option to reduce that dew point would be to actually dehumidify. So now, again, look at that critical difference. So one option of, changing the dew point is I'm going to raise the temperature, or not change the dew point, but change the preservation qualities to change the temperature. Changing the dew point's a little different because I have to have the equipment to do it. I have to have a mechanical system that can do it, which might mean replacing the mechanical system, might mean getting some form of dehumidification, a desiccant. And if I was to change that now, I now can do the 50-degree dew point. So I'm at 70 degrees, 50% relative humidity, 50-degree dew point. I'm at 39. I have almost doubled the preservation quality by lowering that dew point. And I'm also, still using 70 degrees. I'm still at a comfortable human comfort. People can walk around your collection space. It's comfortable. It's okay. This is more gallery conditions that this presentation is for. But when you think about that, so I'm at 70 degrees, 50% relative humidity, and 50-degree dew point. So I have new equipment. I have, maybe dehumidifiers or a desiccant system that's removing that moisture. And in doing so, I brought that moisture down. I can use cooler temperatures and I can increase the PI. Is it going to cost you more? Absolutely. It's definitely going to. But your two options when you're looking at dew points that high are either, changing the equipment or changing the temperature. And it's, what are the capabilities? What are the potential? I just wanted to, one of the things I really wanted to bring up, because I've seen this enough over the past, this past summer, at least, 7, 8 institutions alone that have reached out to me with this similar problem and wanted to really drive home. When you look at your collection spaces, that dew point is critical to what you can create. So when you look at your data later today, if you're looking at your collection spaces, really look at that dew point, assess that dew point for the summer, especially because it really comes down to the dew point over the summer months. Look at that dew point, go into DP Calc, and then plot that dew point that you saw. Plot that dew point on your screen and adjust the slider and see, where's my relative humidity ceiling that I'm comfortable with, and where's the bottom that I'm comfortable with. That will give you an idea of how to plan your collection spaces appropriately for the coming season. So actually, I'll kick it to you, Caitlin, see if anyone has any questions. I hope that was helpful.
It was super helpful. Amazing, Chris. Thank you so much. One of the things I love about working with you, because obviously I don't have a facilities background, but you make everything so clear. So I really, really appreciate that. And as you guys can see, the tool is really helpful to kind of be able to get an understanding about the impacts of changes in temperature or relative humidity on collections, and specifically in this case on dew point. So thank you so much for that. We do have one question that I wanted to briefly touch upon, and I don't know if you have the answer for this. I don't know if someone else has the answer for this, but I'm going to pose this to the entire group. And then we are running a little behind schedule. So unfortunately, if there are any more questions, we'll have to continue conversations. But as we know, climate change is hitting home literally and figuratively. And we're starting to see much more extremes in terms of temperatures as well as relative humidity. Do you know, has there been any research into the impact of climate change on energy consumption for cultural institutions?
Specifically for cultural institutions, I know Sarah Sutton has, I believe, done some work on it, but I think as a whole, the field, I personally have not seen, outside of any, what Sarah's done, major studies done. I've seen them done for hospitals because I work, with a number of those institutions. I've seen them done for other major educational institutions. But when it comes to cultural heritage, I haven't seen much out there for that.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of research on that specifically, but Momoko, thank you so much for that question. I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of future-oriented climate control strategies at the end of the conference today, because I think that we actually need to start rethinking some of our priorities when it comes to climate control in the light of climate change. So amazing. Well, Chris, it's so great to see you. Thank you so much for being here with us, and really, really appreciate you taking the time to walk us through all of this really interesting information.
Well,
so
thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much. We'll see you soon. Brilliant.
Bye.
Bye. So we are now joined by Rebecca.
Hello.
Hi, nice to see you. And
Hi, nice to see you.
Hi, Christian. Nice to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here and also for your patience. I'm sorry we're running a few minutes late, but just way too much interesting content. So we are joined by our colleagues from Glyptotech. We're going to go back to case studies and see what some of this looks like in action. So Rebecca, I'll turn over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to introduce you. I have my supporters with me. This is Christian Dahl-Mjelkjørsen, Head of Buildings and Security, and I have Carl Adrian, who's a Facility Manager here at the Glyptotech. I'm conservator at the Glyptotech. Let me just try to share. Here it goes. Where is it? There it is. And let me see, just this one? Yeah. Okay. Do you see it?
Yes.
Good.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Well, it's a pleasure to present the case study to you from the Glyptotech, the new Carlsberg Glyptotech. It's a museum with address in Copenhagen, in central Copenhagen. It's a complex of 3 main buildings, Dallerup from 1897 and Kampmann 1906, and a modern addition, the Henning Larsen building from 1996. It's built with bricks, mortar, steel, and glass. It's a daylight museum, so daylight reaches almost all galleries except the Henning Larsen building, which is an envelope building inside the Kampmann building. The permanent collection holds over 10,000 works of art and objects. It's an art museum. It's art and archaeology. We have works in so-called traditional materials. It's terracotta, clay, plaster, stone, oil on canvas, oil on wood, pastels, works on paper, textiles, and we even have also human remains. We work with loans, incoming loans and outgoing loans, and we have a staff I think we are about 160 employed at the moment. And this year we expect to have to celebrate a record in visitors, above 520,000 people The buildings and the climate in general, the Dallrup and Kampmann buildings are not equipped with systems for climate control, but they have local systems with heating by pipes or cooling from fans and either humidifiers or dehumidifiers. The Henning Larsen building is actually the only exhibition area with a CTS-controlled HVAC system. It's from 1996 and it's unstable. The set points at the start of this project were relative humidity of at 50 plus minus 5 and 19 to 21 degrees of Celsius. But the actual situation, when you look at the measurements, is that it's really unstable, and it goes from around 30% humidity to 70 in the summer. So yeah, and there are very frequent fluctuations, sometimes more than 10% within 24 hours. That was at the beginning of the project. I felt getting photos of the people involved. So here is Gloria Victis, but I listed the names, and it's clear that we are not a big group, and it has also been one of the challenges, I think. But Christian is at the head of building. Is also the owner of the project, and we had the pleasure to invite advisors to a renovation project that I will tell you about in just a minute. Henrik and Brian also attended the work, and Christina Collett-Volgaard, the registrar, and Carl Adrian and me. So very few people. Why participate? Just a second. Sustainability and green transition are a very important part of the Glyptotech's strategy, and also we're facing a comprehensive, a really big indoor climate and renovation projects, and therefore it was very relevant for us when considering new strategies. And yes, we seek to, with this renovation project, we seek to ensure an optimal balance between energy efficiency and also that the guests will still like to come, and of course also to preserve our works of art. At the moment, the start of the project is currently set for 2027, I think. The journey has been a bit, I guess, a little bit jumpy, but bumpy, and there has been obstacles and solutions. Just very brief. I'll try to describe it in the next slides. The obstacles, especially for me as the conservator, has been choosing spaces to monitor when there's no climate control or no well-functioning HVAC system. And it has also been a challenge to select objects to monitor when the current climate conditions were as they were. I mean, between 30 degrees to 30% to 70%, and has been like that for the last 125 years. So it was, and the last thing also was very challenging, that there is just one bill for electricity consumptions. So how to actually measure changes in energy when I had trouble to see the match. But Jacob, Jacob came to visit us, and it was really great. And it became clear to Jacob also that the program could actually give value to the Glyptotech by focusing on the learning and then process part, rather than making actual technical adjustments. So in other words, that technical adjustments of set points was not relevant. And yeah, we also, to get started, I mean, the part of getting started was actually also to focusing on what could we do immediately. And here it was very relevant to look at the loan agreements. Our loan agreements was revised to follow the BISO recommendation for climate in exhibition galleries. And as the registrar tells me, that questions and requests regarding in environmental and other conditions for specific works of art has always been very common for both incoming and outgoing loans. But she says that she has not experienced any change in questions and requests. So for now, for time being, it has not been a problem to change the agreements wording. And also for requirements regarding transport of artworks, we are more open to share and combine transports with loans from or to other museums when the value of the cargo allows it. And we also see that the transport agent has more focus on combining transports. So we get many requests to accept other crates on board. And our impression is that most museums are more willing to consider accepting shared transports. Concerning virtual courier, our registrar has participated in the virtual courier tool workshop, and she tells me that at the present, the Glyptotech uses virtual couriers as an alternative for physical presence of couriers when possible. Also, we tend to be more critical in relation to the necessity of sending courier or not, and possibly assess with arrival or installation whether it can be dispensed with courier for the installation or possible sharing courier with fellow institutions. We also, I mean, we, just a second, I just have to, yeah, because we were so eager to do something, and also being inspired so much by SMK and Skagen, we thought it, and then also in the matters of how can we get more information about the Larsen building and how it works, how is it compared to the buffer zone and all that. So we wish to test the control shutdowns, and we did actually 2 rounds, and the first one was quite, I mean, it was during daytime, and it actually showed that it's very sensitive. You could see when the cleaning lady came with her yeah, and so the humidity just rised very clearly. So it was, I mean, it was we of course wanted to do new tests, but from the first test we could see it's a very sensitive HVAC system. The next round of controlled shutdown was we did it during night, and here you can see the top is from the controlled shutdown, and the bottom is like the week after without controlled shutdown. And you can actually see, well, you can see when we have the shutdown, and you can also, well, you can see on a daily basis that there are many fluctuations. So it's not ideal, but we thought it was kind of strange to have this very clear drop in humidity. So we wish to investigate more in this. It could be that there is like some devices that doesn't shut down. I mean, it can be that there are still like an intake of fresh air or something. So we have to investigate more. But it was good to get started with this, and I think we all agree that it's a great tool. I mean, that you can save energy, and we should be able to do this if we have a system that function well. And the latest in relation to the the HVAC system in the Larsen building is that we actually now changing components of it, and I think we hope that it will be more stable, and we changed the set point to 50 plus minus 10. So we were very curious. We expect much from it, and I hope that it will really make it more stable. So yes, we have this large renovation project coming up, and the project team behind it is testing a mock-up for the improved climate control in one of the galleries in the old part of the museum. One of the galleries that is very complicated in matters. It's just about under the roof, and there's so many problems with this gallery. So it's the best place to do a mock-up. And I cannot tell so much about it, but what I've been told is that the testing program has been discussed with Jacob, and they had a lot of sparing input, and we're actually looking forward to learn some more. It's just there was some setback because of the machinery, then some elements for the machinery, but now it's up and going, it's working, and I think we are about to do some tests with it, but more to follow. Successes. It's I think that we all agree it's been really relevant for us to be part of this project. For the advices, it has been really great to get an independent peer review over the testing program, and to discuss the overall approach for control strategies. This discussion of such shutdowns and pressure and seasonal variation for control, humidifications, and so on. For my part, I think it's really been inspiring and I learned a lot from the online activities of the program, and also from partner museums. I think it's been really great to get new professional contacts for international and also national for future work with a green museum. And I think also it's kind of it's good to change your mindset and to be more aware of this. I think maybe some simple ways to save energy and to dare more. We have like a storage with local humidifiers and ventilators, and it just came to me that why not just shut it, because it's so stable, and it's as long as I I keep an eye on it, and it doesn't do anything that it's outside Bissau, and I can just be so I think it's really inspiring. Has been inspiring. The last thing I would like to say is that it's on top of my wish list. Is this project has for me brought me in contact with Jesper Stubb and Cecil Krag from the School of Conservation, and we have elevated on how to make a long-term and sustainable conservation strategy and collection care for French painting collections. And we're not started with it yet, but it's really I really hope that we will get there at some point, because it's really we really think that, and it's so clear that it could that it's important. I mean, I here at the museum we have a condition survey. We have everything is we look after our works of art, of course, but a project where you could monitor and document the condition of selected works would really qualify the climate strategy of the future bibliothèque, I think. Okay, voila, that's it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rebecca. And I know that you guys have put a lot of time and energy into this. And so it's just really, really exciting to hear that there's been so many positive outcomes. And I also want to thank you for your transparency. I love what you were saying about the set points versus the actual situation. And I think that that's something that people are very scared or reluctant to admit, because, and also it's interesting, especially from a conservator's perspective, because you might think, oh, well, our set points are this, so that must be what's actually happening. But as we know from a facilities side, just because you enter numbers into a system, that doesn't mean that's what comes out. So thank you for highlighting that. I think that's really important. Part of the importance of transparency on these topics. So that's really interesting. And I also just love what you said about dare more. We absolutely have to be just like a little bit more daring. I always like to encourage people. So that's amazing. Thank you guys so much. If you wouldn't mind hanging out for just a couple of minutes, I would love to invite our colleagues from Varde Museum. We have Marianne and Karen here who are going to tell us a little bit more about the amazing, impactful work that they've been doing. And then we'll have a little bit of time for discussion. So hi, Marianne. Hi, Karen. Nice to see you guys.
Hello. Hello. Thank you.
Hello, we can hear you. Perfect.
That's perfect. So we'll just share the screen. And you can see the screen?
Yes, beautiful.
Perfect. So I'm happy to present to you the case study from Team Varde. And with me, I have Marianne Sørensen, museum curator and historian. My name is Karen Fisker. And I'm also a museum curator with a background in archaeology. And Marianne and I both work with the collections at Varde Museum. So I'll just start out by giving a brief introduction to Varde Museum. It's a museum of cultural history with a rather large art collection. We're placed in the southwest part of Denmark, very close to the coast. Being in Denmark, we're in the temperate climate zone, which means 4 distinct seasons. Our test area is the museum storage, and it's placed in a modern building from 2002, and it's a bit has been added on in 2004. The collection consists of around 80,000 historical and archaeological objects and artwork dating from about 11,000 BC to the present time. Currently, we have 64 full-time employees at the museum, and I think last year we had 335,000 visitors at 10 different venues. Yeah, so moving on. In the picture you see the champions, the team, Marianne, Jørn and Karen. We were the project coordinators, participated in the meetings and online courses, and we were responsible for implementing the project at Varde Museum. We also had a bit of help from the finance department and also the communication department. Lastly, we had to hire some help from Konserveringscenter Vejle. We needed them to consult as we do not have conservators on staff here at Varde Museum. Yep. And so why update? At Varde Museum, we made a commitment to sustainability. And we listed our most important whys of this project, and I'm just gonna run through them briefly. We aim to integrate the green transition into all aspects of museum operations. We hope to gain insights into our facilities. We would like to engage in discussions with peers and experts and to reduce operational costs. And we hope by participating to educate ourselves and our colleagues at Varde Museum. Yep. In the project, we decided to focus on 3 different aspects. First and foremost, we worked on changing our parameters of our dehumidifier from +2 to +8. We also wanted to do some testing on microclimates here at the storage area. In some cases, we use cardboard and polystyrene boxes for storing objects, and we wanted to test the microclimate of those also within this project. And lastly, in the middle of the project, a big change was made here at the storage as we went from gas to district heating. And we also had to investigate how that change would affect our data. Yeah. So the journey for us, we put in the steps. I'm just gonna go through the steps for you briefly, and then Marianne will cover the details of the process a bit later. So we started out by setting our team, the ones you met before. Then we chose the test area. We installed the monitors. We started selecting baseline objects to monitor. Then we were collecting and analyzing data, initiating change process, and then monitoring data and collections. These snapshots are from our storage area and gives a pretty good idea of our collection. The collection consists of about 80,000 objects of mixed materials, that being iron, wood, plastic, textile, paper, artwork, and so on. And this has been collected from 1912, when we established the museum, and until the present time. In the collection, we have a few loans, but the majority of the collection is owned by Varde Museerne, and it's connected to the history of this area and Varde municipality. Yeah. No. So in the faded background, maybe you can see our storage facility, which is also our selected test area. It's in a former industrial building, as mentioned, it was built in 2002, and a bit was added on in 2004. The building was not made for being a museum storage and storing historical objects, but we make it work. The outer walls of the building are made from steel on a wooden frame, and the interior walls are made of MDF, and a material that translates along the lines of wood wool boards, eller træuldsplader på dansk. The roof has acrylic skylights. We only have HVAC in part of the building, which is the part we chose as our test area. The HVAC is pretty basic at our storage facility and consists of a dehumidifier. In the project, we also put up monitors in the rest of the building, so we could compare data between buildings with and without HVAC, so we could test the efficiency. One of our biggest takeaways from the project has been getting to know the building, the facilities, and the yearly cycle. and to get to know how different things such as opening of gates, building skylights, and people would affect our data, or could affect our data. Yeah. Yep. And also Jacob came to visit us at the storage, and there was a very good meeting where we learned a lot. We got a good basic understanding of the buildings and our systems, and it was a very good kickoff for us. And this visit really got the ball rolling for the project for us. And Jakob had had many good ideas and inputs for what we could change and optimize. Very concrete thing that we found out with the help from Jakob was that we were unknowingly heating the storage area at night, so that we could quickly change that part. We also talked about moving the dehumidifier sensor to a better location, and also where to put our IoT sensors to get the best results and coverage. We also talked about a lot of other technical stuff, primarily relating to the district heating, and we hope that we can work more on implementing that in the future, along with AI monitoring. Yeah, so I think that's all for me, and then Marianne will take over.
Thank you. When we started choosing the areas to test, we focused on three things. One of them was temperature, as Karen mentioned, that we were hitting for the night, and we pretty it was pretty easy to change that, and we changed the temperature settings. But what we learned throughout the project was that when we came around November, the temperature were too low, so we have to turn the heat back up again. We learned that due to the alarms on the lockers. So that was a good knowledge for us to gain. And one of the other things that we tested in this project was that a lot of our smaller objects are stored in boxes, some in cardboard or some in styrofoam boxes. And what we chose to do was to take a locker and put into a cardboard box and into a styrofoam box. And and one locker just close by those boxes. And that showed us that the climate was stable within the boxes. And what's surprising for us was that it was more stable that we had thought it would be, and that's was a new knowledge for us. One of the other things we did was to change the settings on the humidifier, and we did that in steps. In May, we changed the settings from ±2% to ±5%. As you can see in the lower right area, the graph is from May 2024. And if you see, is that with the original settings from 2 ±%, the humidifier would have been turned on a lot of times, but by changing it to ±5%, it was only turned on one time throughout the entire month. But what we also learned from this was that even though that we had the setting on ±5%, the humidity went 2% higher than that. It was almost close to 58%. And therefore, when we in August decided to change the settings to ±8%, it was to give the system this 2% to react. But what you also can see in the top graph is from a week in August. And this time we have changed to ±8%. And as you can see on the graph, that if we had had the original settings for ±2%, and the one we changed in May to ±5%, the humidifier would have been working this entire week. But because we have changed the settings to ±8%, the humidifier wasn't turned on at all this week. So that's a big difference. And the last graph you see in the lower left side of the screen, that was last month, that was November 2024. And the fact that we have the setting of ±8%, the humidifier has not been turned on at all this entire month. But if we had had the original settings for ±2%, it would have been turned on most of the months. So that's a big change in using energy. The monitoring progress, we do not have a conservator in-house, as Karen mentioned, and therefore we had help from the conservator centers in Vejle. And then they helped us choose 5 objects. One of the things that was important for us was that we were able to modify these objects ourselves. So we didn't have to have the Vejle conservators joining us all the time. Therefore, we choose some items that have some sort of pretty easy areas to monitor. As you can see, this is a drum where the leather has some cracks in it. And that's pretty easy to monitor, see if there's any changes in this area. And the same thing with this mirror. The front of the mirror, the finish on the mirror has been pushed from the wood behind and make this crack, and it's pretty easy to measure and monitor. And we have a dagger, and here it was the blade that was focused. And the same thing with this wooden door. There's a crack that's pretty easy to measure and monitor. And these 4 items, we looked at the items every month at our monthly meeting and measured and took picture of these items. And the final item is a mirror, a painting. But we had the conservators make a report 2 times throughout the project to make sure that we have the right knowledge for that. What this showed us, sorry, I just go back. What this showed us was that there were no changes at the baseline objects at all. So the collection has our collection is pretty robust and hasn't been impacted at all throughout this project. Our focus has been on the AVAC system and changing the settings. And then, as Karen mentioned, we have gone from gas to district heating. And that's been our main focus throughout the project. Loan agreements, we don't have many loans. It's not a tradition for us to have many loans. And we have not had climate part of our loan agreements, even when we lent out objects before this project. But we are rethinking this, and we will moving forward. We will be joining the BISO guidelines. Obstacles. We had a few minor. One of them was doing the process of going from gas to district heating. Through that, preparing for this, the workers accidentally cut the power line, and for 4 hours we were without power. The data loggers showed no major impact at all. But the fact that this haven't made our heating system break down. That means that we were without any heating for 2 weeks, and we would have emergency heatings established at the collection areas. And as you can see on the graph, it was pretty much under control, and we maintain a pretty fine numbers. So even though it was a bit of a stressful time, we went through it without any big obstacles. And then we had a electrometer that broke down as well, which means that there's a part of the period of this project where we don't have the data from the electrometer, and that made us go back and look into the other data that we had from that time, and that showed that the climate data we can see where the humidifier has been turned on and not, and that gave us an idea of where we save some energy, even though we don't have the concrete numbers from the electrometer. Successes. There are different highlights listed here, but I think the main one is that our collection is robust, and it can handle a few changes, and even if the electric is turned off or something unexpected like that. So it gave us some security to move on into this project and take some chances. We were at the virtual courier at Skagen Museum, and we see this as a useful tool in the green transition. But at the same time, we are not moving forward with it otherwise with boroughs that we know and we're familiar with them and their facilities. But it is a useful tool that we will be using more and more in the future. We will move on and taking the experiments from this project to optimize the test area further, and including a larger part of the storage area, and hopefully in the future also have the opportunity to use AI more than has been possible for us to do in this project. And we can only recommend that go for it. And most important for us, it has been time and finding the time. So find the time and go for it. Thank you.
Amazing. I love the go for it. It's definitely, yeah, that's what we want to hear. And I think it's so interesting because, you know, one of the things I love about hearing all of the different case studies in such detail is the realities of all of this. And, you know, everyone came from a different perspective. Everyone had a different approach. Everyone had different circumstances. I mean, you're talking about that energy might go out or that a system might shut down accidentally. We know that at Glyptotech, they're doing this whole refurbishment, which will impact, you know, how they can approach things. But in all situations, there's something that can be learned. There's something that can be gained. So I think it's really exciting to see that no matter where you are geographically, collections-wise, staff-wise, in your buildings, there's always something that can be done. So I'm so excited. So I would love to invite Rebecca and Carl and Christian back if you guys would like to join us for a quick Q&A. I know we are a little over time here, but would be really nice to just to be able to answer a couple of questions while we have you guys. And we're getting a lot of compliments in the chat, so thank you again for your transparency and for sharing all of this amazing information. Now, Marianne, while you were talking a little bit about virtual courier and talking a little bit about how it's a very valuable tool, but we need that trust factor in there. I was wondering if you might be able to expand on that a little bit, what that looks like, how we maybe build more bridges and trust with our colleagues at other institutions.
Was it Marianne or Rebecca?
Sorry, yeah, Marianne.
Sorry. Do you want me to?
I was just wondering if you might be able to expand on your comment regarding the using virtual courier. And you had mentioned that with that tool, you felt it was very valuable, but you needed to have a certain level of trust with your colleagues.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit more about that.
A lot of when you're doing a courier job, a lot of is sensing the room and sensing the area, and that's difficult to do through a screen. But if you know the person you're working with, and you know their facilities from earlier projects or something like that, then there's it's easier to go through a virtual courier. Sometimes it's due to a distance or something like that. It makes sense to do virtual couriering, but it's when you know the facilities in advance, it's easier to use visual couriering. So that's from our stand, but we don't have a lot of loans, so it's not that's not as often for us to use this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's a very important point to emphasize, is that a lot of the opportunities that we have in terms of being more sustainable, so updating our loan agreements, using virtual courier, that has to do with trusting our colleagues. So this is a really great reminder and an emphasis on the importance of building up our networks, of reaching out to other institutions and making friends and, collaborating in a way that we can continue to foster those relationships so that we can use the solutions and tools that are available to us, and that we also feel more comfortable in executing loans and also making new friends. So I think that's a really great reminder. So thank you so much for sharing that. Brilliant. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to pop in the chat or in the Q&A. I wanted to ask Rebecca and Christian, and while we have you guys, I know that you are going through this huge refurbishment. And I've actually, I know that the ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum in Canada, is also going through a big refurbishment, which has impacted how they're approaching climate control. I was just wondering if you, because I know that you've been working with Jakob, who we're going to be hearing from next, the famous Jakob who's been mentioned so often. I was wondering if you might be able to tell us about how this this idea of updating climate control has influenced the project, and has it been able to help with any energy efficiency applications for the refurbishment?
Maybe I can help a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. What we do is that we have learned a lot on this project, and we have been talking to the engineering and told them that there is some other goals we have to go on. What can we do in the future? And as Rebecca told, that we have made a a prototype for the ventilation and the climate in the house. And for the next 2 years before we start renovating the building, we have to learn how much we can share at the new HVAC, and then we have to calculate that in the future. So we be sure that when we are putting about 30 new HVAC systems in the house, that we do it on the right way and share a lot of energy. I know it's going to be extra energy, but it's not too much we're going to have on. So what we have learned is that we have to speak with some more people about this. So yes,
Absolutely.
it's been a pleasure to be on this project.
I'm so grateful to hear that. I had a wonderful time visiting you guys. I think that's why I started this, because I just wanted an excuse to come by and say hi. But it's been really exciting to see how your journey has been unfolding, and for all of the participants, really. And I love that one of the things we're exploring in presenting these case studies is, as we talked about earlier, the realities. And it was such an aha moment for me. I think we were on a call also with the participants in North America talking about dehumidification. And I remember Mike was saying, you know, there was this whole fear around one of the cooling systems that broke down, and then the relative humidity spiked. And he's like, you know, how do we tell people about this? And it's almost a shame factor. And actually, by being more transparent, by having a safe space to talk about this with, it's really reassuring to know that this is not an isolated incident. This happens. These are the realities that we're facing. And as cultural institutions, we need to be not only comfortable talking about these things, but also be able to support each other in solving any kind of issue that comes up. So I think that's really powerful. So thank you so much for sharing that. And
yeah, I think that also that we have discussing when we are renovate the building, that we have to change a lot of the glass and to do a lot of other stuff to that we can share more power, more energy on the system. So there's a lot to do.
it's brilliant. Well, it's exciting. It's the beginning of a journey, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, a huge, huge thank you to everyone for joining us today. I realize we are a little behind schedule, so I'm going to let everyone from our case studies relax for a little bit. But once again, it's just such a pleasure to get to work with you all. And I hope that, as we were talking about earlier, this project has enabled more collaborations across the institutions and building the trust there. So I think, Varda, if you're going to be lending to Glyptotech, maybe you can use Virtual Courier. I would certainly imagine. A huge thank you again to our amazing teams. You guys are brilliant. I am just absolutely overwhelmed at at what has come out of this, but it's really all about you guys and about the coaches. So it's really exciting to see how much progress you have made. So thank you guys so much for joining us today. And
thank you.
Thank
you. Thank
you. And now we have the drum roll, which is very exciting. We've been hearing his name lots and tons in this entire conference, and I would be very, very excited to welcome Jacob Norby, who is going to be talking to us a little bit more about his experience as the energy efficiency coach for the Danish cohort. So thank you so much for being with us, Jacob, I keep going back from English to Danish. I apologize. It's great to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too, Caitlin. And first of all, thank you so much for having me in this program. I really appreciate it. So.
Oh, let's see. We just lost your sound for a second.
Oh, you lost my sound.
Now you're back.
It's better now? Okay.
It was just a momentary lapse.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll just try to share my presentation, so just a second.
Perfect.
You can see it, right?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, yes, I've been the energy efficiency coach doing the Danish cohort program together with Joel Taylor, and Joel was presenting yesterday. He was the conservatory expert and the expert in what materials and collections are capable of. Just a very short introduction to me and my background before we get into the real presentation. I have plus 15 years experience within energy efficiency and indoor climate, but not within the sector. Just as Benjamin told us earlier today, I work with a very data-driven approach to do energy efficiency measures. For other customers in other sectors, I implement this international standard, ISO 50001 energy management standard. And then I do a lot of exploring and utilizing new technologies such as artificial intelligence and IoT, for instance. So for those of you who heard Joel's presentation yesterday, we prepared this slide together. Because we have a dialogue on this flipping the switch it seems so simple, but it's more complicated than that. It's just the tip of the iceberg. So what is underneath the surface is all these things that you have to consider when you are flipping the switch of an HVAC system. It's all about, it could be knowledge and experience. It could be some of your loan agreements. It could be knowing your collection buildings, some daily routines. You have to have your management buy-in to do so. There's something about technical setup, the organizational setup. You have to do some risk management before changing anything. So all these things, when you compile them, it's all about knowing the implication of the changes that will occur when you're flipping the switch. And I'll dive into two of those during the presentation today. I'll talk a little bit about knowing your collection buildings and HVAC systems, and I will talk a little bit about energy baselines, what are you paying, and how to verify savings, which I think is quite important because it's all about CO2 reduction and energy efficiency when we're doing things like this. So if we start with knowing your collection buildings and HVAC systems, I prepared a little cartoon. As a father of three, I'm used to cartoons, so I think it was a good way to explain actually what the situation is and what it should be. So this is what we usually do. We have the conservator on the left, and we have this technician facility guy on the right. And the conservator asked the facility guy, would you ensure that our collections are preserved under the best possible conditions? And as a good colleague, the facility guy is answering, yes, of course, I'll adjust the systems accordingly. And that's what we usually do. What it means is that we have on the right, on the left, sorry, you can see this flat line, 50% relative humidity. We have a target of 50% relative humidity, plus minus 2% maybe over time. And the energy consumption is just, actually, we don't care about the energy consumption. So this is also an image on that. I mean, that we want to stay in control, but we're not focusing on the capabilities of the buildings, of the collection, of the technical systems. We just want to stay in control. And Joel talked about it yesterday also, that we want to stay in control because we can stay in control by having this 50% ±2 relative humidity. But what we actually want to do during this program is we still have the conservator on the left, and we have this facility guy on the right. And the question is the same from the conservator. Would you ensure that our collection are preserved under the best possible conditions? And now we just added another person into our organization, a sustainability person, saying, and at the same time, we need to reduce our CO2 emission and energy costs. Okay, so now we have a third person into this conversation. And the facility guy said, yeah, I really like to, because he's a good colleague, but how do I do it in practice? And and that's the task for him. And when he is thinking about that, there's also another person, a fourth person, saying, okay, remember also the requirements in our loan agreement as well. So this makes things more challenging. So this is a picture of what we want to do in our collections. We have the relative humidity with a smooth curve, not any fluctuations, and we have reduced our energy consumption by maybe 50%, depending on the situation today. And this is where we want to go. We are managing the control and understand the capabilities of the technical systems of the my audio, sorry.
Oh, you're back.
Perfect. Yes. Oh. And this is my assertion. It's that it might make things more challenging because we have more people that has to be involved in a decision, but it's not more complicated to do what we really want to do. And why is it not complicated? It's because it's already complicated as it is today with this flat line, 50% ±2. And why is that? It's because when we're looking at a room, we have different microclimates inside the room. This is an illustration from Dario Camufo, showing the temperature difference inside a room and the relative humidity inside the same room. And as you can see from this illustration, the temperature goes from 24.4 degrees up to 26.2 degrees inside the same room. And the relative humidity goes from 52% up to 60%. So you can imagine that if you're measuring in the corner here, the relative humidity, you might have a stable indoor climate according to the measurements. But in reality, the indoor climate can be much different than your measurements. So it's all about where you place the sensors. So if you place it here, you have like 53% relative humidity. And if you place it here, you have up to 60% relative humidity. So today, it's also complicated to keep this indoor climate flatlined. So yeah, so it is complicated today, and it will be complicated tomorrow. But it will not be more complicated than it is today. Yes. The other thing I will talk about is energy baseline. What are we paying and how to verify savings? The problem we have when we are dealing with evaluating energy efficiency measures is that the avoided energy consumption can't be measured. That's pretty clear. If we avoid something, it can't be measured. And most of these energy efficiency projects are currently based on deemed savings. So we are not taking into account the real energy consumption. But if we really want to reach the climate goals globally, we need accountability for implemented projects. So we need to have like a framework of understanding the impact of different measures, initiatives that we're doing. And we have to have this accountability transferred to, to a framework that we can work within the energy efficiency sector. So one framework that is international recognized is this IPMVP framework. It stands for International Performance Monitoring and Verification Protocol. And it says that you can see this graph, that the blue graph is some measured baseline energy consumption, where you have like your baseline period saying, okay, now we know how much energy our building consumes, based on different circumstances. And then you can have like your installation period, where you do your measures, you're implementing your initiative. And after your installation period, you have like your reporting period. So you have like the green line is the adjusted baseline energy consumption if we haven't done anything. So it's the energy consumption if we didn't have this installation period. And the blue one is like the measured reporting period energy that we can measure, and is according to the meter. And the difference between the green one and the blue one is actually the savings or the avoided energy consumption. So the question is, how can we ensure that we have like a decent baseline period where we take different variables into account? So we are comparing apples to apples when we're doing the comparison between the baseline period and the reporting period. Yeah, as we all know, there's many external variables that have to be accounted when we're doing these assessments. It could be what time it is during the day. It could be precipitation, if the rain falls, the relative humidity, the solar radiation, maybe COVID-19, sorry, it was COVID-19. Maybe the wind speed, the wind direction, the outdoor temperature, and what time of year it is. So all of these external variables influence the energy consumption, and we want to compare apples to apples. So how can we ensure that we know the importance of each variable to understand and explain our energy consumption during the baseline period and during the reporting period? We could use some software, and during the Danish cohort, we tried to use the software from a company called Ento, where it's all these external variables are automatically, how can you say, assessed, and the relative importance of each variable are calculated using some machine learning algorithms. And this is just one initiative that we have implemented in doing the Danish cohort. You can see we have the blue line here is the electricity consumption, the measured electricity consumption. And here we did an initiative, and as you can see, the blue line drops, and we have the
We lost you for just a second again.
Yeah, sorry.
There we go. We're back.
Back.
It only cuts out for a minute.
if
That's good. Sorry,
they
please continue.
made any initiative, and the savings or the avoided energy consumption is the difference between the green line and the blue line, and this corresponds to 91 megawatt hour per year. Yeah. So just some tips and recommendations from my side is, I think we learned from this program that one of the third things that you should do is actually getting to know your building and your collections and what they're capable of, and also your HVAC system. And this is also a point that has been mentioned today. You can always trust your BMS, be aware of the context. It could be, where is the sensor placed? Is the BMS reacting to what we suppose it should be reacting to? Yeah. And as always, communication is the key. That's the most challenging part, as I see it. Things will not be more complicated. Keep it as simple as possible. I don't think if you're doing what you really want to do, having this smooth curve, as I told you earlier, try to keep it as simple as possible and not overcomplicate it, because things are complicated as it is today. So try to keep it as simple as possible. And the last thing I have is flipping the switch. It's not just flipping the switch. You'll have to know the implication of the changes, as I started with. So that was the thing from here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jakob. It's, I mean, it has been such an incredible pleasure to be working with you, and I know how much impact you've had on this program and for all of our participants. And I love what you were talking about in terms of what your buildings, but also what your collections are capable of. And I think that that's something that a lot of times we don't think about, because, you know, as conservators, we have this risk aversion. We don't want to test our collections. We don't want to see what they're capable of, because it's better to be safe than sorry. But we're going to see that that's going to be something we're going to have to start thinking about a little bit more as the outside temperature changes with the climate crisis. And it may be something that we have to start thinking about. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. But a huge thank you to you for being with us today. A huge thank you to you for being a part of this program. And as we've seen, you know, this is really the enriching factor of working with experts from different sectors and this interdisciplinary connection. And I know that you and Joel have been such a strong team, and it's been such an honor to get to work with you both. So a huge thank you.
Likewise.
For being part of this. Well, thank you so much, Jakob. And
thank you.
Obviously, continued conversations, and we'll see how things continue to develop. So thank you so much for being here again. All right.
Just sharing, yeah.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wonderful. So I think what's really interesting is you did mention this idea of what your collections are capable of. And we had an amazing question earlier today about, okay, this is all fine and good for these, you know, built to purpose museums that have big, expansive HVAC systems. But what about institutions that have low or no HVAC systems? What's happening in other parts of the world, in tropical climates, in hotter, more humid climates? And it is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome Adriana and Margarita with us today, who are part of the ICCC Working Group on Preventive Conservation and are going to be answering some of our questions. Ladies, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you so much for inviting us.
Pleasure's all mine. I'll let you take it away.
Okay, well, Well, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are located. First, we would like to thank the Future for this invitation to the International Climate Control Conference. And of course, to all of you for dedicating this time to attend and be part of the discussion through your questions. The working group supporting this presentation started in 2021 when Margarita Villanueva, Agnes Brockenhoff, Bart Ankersmith, and I, Adriana Paez, met virtually and started to discuss how to overcome the pervading imbalance regarding the environmental management in museums between temperate and non-temperate climates. And the paper, including the parallel between the cases in Philippines and Colombia, was first presented in ICOM Valencia in 2023, as Caitlin told us. In this opportunity, we wanted to bring it back because, as Caitlin was saying some minutes ago, it is important to acknowledge the different environmental scenarios in our museum and how we deal with them. Yes, sorry, this is music in my background. So this, my office is in a very loud place in the downtown, so I will use some headphones, I think so, just to cancel some noise. Let me think if it works.
I have to say, it's making me want to dance. So, but I want to hear what you're saying as well.
You know, it's super difficult for concentration. I don't know if it's better now or it's the same.
It's a little better, I think. Thank you.
Sorry. Well,
no worries.
Next, please, Margarita. Well, the main issue here is that the museum's environmental standards, so needed to open the transit of collection and cultural exchanges in the 80s in order to avoid material stress and objects damage, started to feel short and have been revisited in the last decade, having improvement in material research, tools, networks, and education. I know that we have been talking a lot about in this Congress, and about the agreements and discussions generating solutions, having in mind that precisely the thing that we are discussing here, local climates as well as the carbon footprint reduction, that are two of the main concerns for us in tropical museums. There, here in non-temperate zones, we need to deal with a wider and higher rainfall over the year, mixed with difficulties of maintenance of sophisticated HVAC systems when we have them, and consequential energy consumption of permanently adjust the RH to the standard 40 to 60% if decide to take part in the international loan of collections. Next, please. So that is the context when we frame the next two successful cases, 16,400 kilometers apart each other in Colombia and in the Philippines. The first man is in the central bank with the traveling exhibitions program around the country, and the second is the Lopez Museums and Libraries, and how the institution deals with environmental proofing for international upcoming and incoming loans. The first case comprises the cultural program of the Banco de la República, involving the Museo del Oro for Archaeology and Ethnography, the Luis Ángel Arango Libraries, and the Arts and Collections Units, where I belong. The different exhibitions of the program include the arts, numismatics, and libraries and archaeological heritage, travels to 29 venues throughout the country, from the capital here in Bogotá, where the main premises are and the storage are based. In this scheme, 12 cities have venues with human and technical conditions to receive and preserve exhibitions with original artworks. These networks create an exceptional infrastructure around the country, leading to fulfill the outreach program of the Banco. We devote great efforts to make original and collections and exhibitions accessible to as many Colombians as possible, who otherwise should need to travel to see them in the capital. Located in the equatorial zone, the country has a tropical climate with climate regimes influenced by the Andes Mountains, as you see here in the map. The main museum and collections storage in Bogotá are in a temperate zone at 2,600 meters above sea level. With relatively uncomplicated climate control in 2021, the average relative humidity was 55% an RH and temperature of 21, so quite close to the standard. The Bogota exhibition rooms are equipped to comply with international environmental law and standards, which are easy to achieve due to natural causes. Nevertheless, the other cities are in different climate zones with a wide range of temperature and related humidity regarding the altitude from the sea level to almost Bogota elevation. So you can see here these 5 different names of cities in Colombia have like quite different altitude, and that changed the RH region. So for the next please. For the purpose of this comparison, we chose 6 venues with different RH. The most extreme is Barranquilla at sea level with an indoor average of 26 and 72% indoor of RH. Indoor averages in Manizales and Villavicencio are similar, while Cúcuta and Bucaramanga are closer to Bogota. The exhibition buildings date from the 50s to the 80s, as you can see in the pictures. Temperature is controlled by vintage and robust central air conditioning designed to cover the whole buildings, including both the exhibition rooms and administrative offices. Depending on the venue, set points are chosen, like those in the range 21 to 23 Celsius degrees to reduce, not to do it like too low, in order to reduce energy consumption, wear and tear of the equipment, minimize RH fluctuation and condensation. Next, please. Regarding the art collection, it was started in 1957 and has grown over 6,500 artworks of national heritage status, here spanning from the 1500s to the present. On average, 13% of the collection is exhibited, of which almost 4% of the objects circulate around the country as part of this traveling exhibition program. Next. Contains mostly graphic arts, painting, photographs, sculptures, tapestries, murals, and also time-based mediums and installation. But I think it is mostly RH sensitive. This program allows for simultaneous traveling exhibitions curated in-house. Next, please. From the collections. These are based in a 4-year cycle, visiting 2 venues per year. Each year, 1 new project is added, and they all just come to an end. So we consider some aspects related risk management. This conservation decision making has allowed active circulation of the exhibition for years with almost no visible damage due to the environment. So for each new project, material stability is assessed. For travel preparations include stabilization of the objects, conservation, microclimate framing, and crate design. For restrictions due to the fragility of climate extremes, information is written in the collection management system and negotiated with the curators. During an exhibition, the environment is monitored via data loggers, from which monthly reports are generated and evaluated. At each venue, couriers also check the condition of artworks compared with condition reports and document changes. We document the changes of if they happen. For each new project, the emergency plan is updated, including training of staff and local emergency services. And can you go forward? So, as the basis of the circulation plan, a venue characterization is conducted using a simplified version of the American Alliance Museum's facility report, identified outdoor climate, type of ventilation, setting and operating systems, technical installations, security, staff, capacity, and technical resources for monitoring and condition reporting. So the report with floor plans and pictures allows a site evaluation that forms the basis, the basis of recommendation, and we update it each 5 years, or when we have major renovations. So, next please. Characterizing RH behavior in each venue has led us to relate variables such as altitude, as Jacob was saying before, those different variables affecting each room, like altitude, type of building, ventilation, and we cross this information with the artworks that can circulate and the preparation that have to be done for the most fragile items. As the Bogota conditions shown green in the graph is the closer to 40 to 60 standard and where storage are located, it has been useful to identify how the other cities move far from it. Among these cities, Bucaramanga and Cúcuta, respectively red and blue, are an intermediate stage, and Barranquilla and Villavicencio are destinations with most attention needed. Then, when planning the exhibition's itinerary between extremes, transfers between extremes are avoided by incorporating those in intermediate climate venues. Instead of going, for example, from Bogota to Barranquilla and Villavicencio, for example, the exhibitions makes a stopover in Cúcuta or Bucaramanga or some intermediate city for proving. And I think this scheme, can you move to next? So this scheme, that was the thing of the cycle that I was telling you before, has proven to be successful due to the engagement of the different departments from the Banco, including curatorial, conservation, collections management, and the coordinator of the networks program, in terms of negotiation, trust, and the technical following of each exhibition, having in mind that our higher purpose is to balance outreach, access, and conservation as much as possible. This consensus inside one institution is the practice we try to replicate with our peers from other institutions in loans when possible. I know that is a little bit difficult, but that's the goal. And please, Margarita, share that's yours.
Thank you, Adriana. We'll now move on to the Philippine case study. So in the Philippines, similar to Colombia, we share a deep advocacy in making our collection, our cultural heritage, accessible. At the Lopez Museum and Library in Metro Manila, which is located in Southeast Asia, we continuously participate in local and international loans and adopt the Netherlands' yes and less policy. For the most part, one of our biggest considerations during our conservation decision-making and loan preparations are environmental conditions. The Lopez Collection, which serves as a resource for Philippine history, arts, and culture, spans materials from the 1500s to present day, comprising rare books, manuscripts, maps, periodicals, photographs, ceramics, and visual arts. By volume, the collection is largely hygroscopic, which poses a challenge being located in a tropical zone where conditions are extremely hot and extremely humid year-round. In designing guidelines for environmental management, which includes loan considerations, we have in more recent years become more deliberate in integrating sustainability objectives in keeping with the ICCC and IIC Joint Declaration and BIZO Green Protocol. For visual arts, for example, we have increased our RH set points for our storage and exhibition spaces. After a review of collection materials, environmental history, and projected programming, an exercise was accomplished through the GCI MCE program, where we deemed it safe to increase RH from 60 plus or minus 5 to 65 plus or minus 5, moving closer to our historical averages. The implication for us has been significant to lowering energy consumption, as well as capital and running costs of HVAC controls, as maintaining set points below 60% in the Philippines with narrow fluctuation range also requires specialized equipment and servicing, which for us has meant largely importing abroad. The adjustment has also facilitated domestic loans. Most institutions in the Philippines that have air conditioning tend to turn them on only during operating hours and are susceptible to power outages. And private collections and artist studios from which we borrow tend to be largely without. So moving closer to their environment with our higher set points mitigates risks from wider change. The challenge, however, remains for international loans. With our efforts in sustainability and meeting international guidelines taking us closer to our natural environment, they're also taking us further away from international loan protocols, such as BSO's 40 to 60% RH. In the event of loans, who adjusts to whom? In the case of incoming loans, works we borrow from temperate or drier climates, Lopez is prepared to adjust. We have allocated spaces to meet BSO guidelines for hygroscopic materials and are prepared to accept risk to our own collections that are displayed together with these works. The same in Colombia, where Banco de la República has international exhibition spaces. In the case of outgoing loans, however, a similar compromise is not often achieved. We find ourselves also having to adjust and bear the risk. For this loan, for example, we had facilitated the transit of artwork from our collection as well as from a private residence from the Philippines to a temperate climate zone. The works traveled during spring, departing from an outdoor environment with a high of 78.8 RH and arriving with a low of 42.7 RH, and ultimate destination of 57.5. For the Lopez work, which was stored at an average of 67.1% RH, this would translate to a major change of 24.3 RH during a 24-hour transit period and 9.6% RH at exhibition. For the private work, which was hung in an open living room, acclimatized to the outdoors, this would translate to an even greater change of 36.1% and 21.3% RH at exhibition. With high risk of damage, particularly in transit, which we have experienced in the past, our loan preparations include the design and construction of insulated crates, which we do in-house, as there is a lack of crating technology and services in the Philippines. We also implement the pre-acclimatization protocol, where works are gradually conditioned, in this case dried, to the environment of the borrower for at least a week. We monitor conditions to the placement of data loggers. For this loan, you can see here that we were successful in buffering the change in humidity through the crates, though need to improve for temperature maybe. We often take the risk with these experiments with objects of low to moderate vulnerability, but to decline those of very high vulnerability. So similar to Adriana, we do an assessment prior to the approvals of loans. Technically speaking, guidelines could be proposed to encourage more approval of loans, as is done at Banco Central in Colombia and at the Cultural Heritage Agency in the Netherlands. Adopting decision-making models like those to non-museums, which we exhibit here, strategizing time of year, another method, adjusting room climate to on the borrower's side, or mitigating at object level. In practice, however, we find that imbalances persist, perhaps subconsciously, particularly between prestigious institutions in temperate climate zones and smaller lenders outside in an almost colonial relationship. The former not always conscious of adjustment and perceived to set the standard, and the latter quite eager to follow, especially with the prospect of participating in high-quality exhibitions, high-level exposure, as well as strengthening institutional relationships. The case of traveling exhibitions that Adriana demonstrated in Colombia draws attention to the human factor at the center of loans, a case for building consensus. Built into their conservation decision-making is an awareness, communication, understanding, and trust across multiple stakeholders that, perhaps by belonging to the same organization, have a shared vision and objective that facilitate adjustments to one another. We have recently drawn inspiration from this on a domestic level with an organization that we have actually never worked with before. In efforts to provide access to important works of art outside the capital region of Metro Manila, which is quite rare in the Philippines, The Lopez Museum and Library has loaned 16 paintings to the Museum of Art and Cultural Heritage at the University of the Philippines in the Visayas, a museum that is free to the public. The gallery is in a heritage building with minimal environmental controls. After very open discussions with the project team, we were able to place all the works in microclimate framing, the first time trying out microclimate frames in the Philippines, as far as I know. And as of last week, the frames are holding up at about 60% internally, while the gallery was at about 80% RH. I think these show that as a conservation and museum community, we can find a balance in our shared effort and strategy towards sustainability through open dialogue, strengthening communication, sharing information, adjusting to one another, and building consensus. Forums such as these are so important towards that end. And for this, I would like to thank the organizers, Caitlin and Key Culture Futures, for having us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Margarita, and thank you so much, Adriana. It's just so wonderful to have you guys with us, representing ICCC, but also representing, the parts of the world that, as you said, we have this kind of misconception about when it comes to loans. And I think it's so important. I fully agree with what you were saying about that almost colonial relationship about who has to adjust. And at the last International Climate Control Conference, we had our colleague Oge from the National Museum of Lagos in Nigeria. And she was saying, we participate in international loans all the time. We're sending stuff to the British Museum. We're sending stuff to the Yale Peabody Museum. We don't receive anything. We're sending everything. And then there's the question indeed of, well, of course, the objects at the National Museum are used to 75% relative humidity and 30 degrees Celsius. And all of a sudden they're going to Connecticut. Like, what's the risk of damage there? And why is it okay that the National Museum is going to take that risk when the British Museum won't? And I just think that this is such an important conversation. I love what you were saying about relationship building, about communication, about collaboration. And I just think we need to be talking about this more to help to put into context and put into perspective the realities of what we are dealing with when we're talking about international loans, and also add some humanity to it. Like, if we're going to be so strict about BISO, then we need to realize that BISO is not really best practice for a lot of collections. So I think that this is just hugely important for us to highlight and to discuss. So I'm just so grateful to both of you for taking the time today to be a part of this and bring up these really important conversations. So thank you, ladies, for all of your brilliant work. You guys know I'm a huge fan of both of yours, so it's really an honor to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, we are going to skip my part of the conversation for right now, because we are also joined right now by a fabulous guest today, who is a friend and colleague of mine. Needs no introduction, Tino Segal. Thank you so much for being with us today, and really excited to hear from you about the updates on climate control and what's going on in the world. So Tino, I'll pass over to you. It's great to see you.
Yeah, tell me first. Thanks, Caitlin. It was fascinating to listen to Margarita just speak. And I feel like the last time was 2 years ago, right? But it feels 1 year ago. Is that correct? Because I feel like
2 years ago.
That's correct.
Just listening, it felt already much more detailed, the conversation. And when I was listening to you, Caitlin, I feel like the word conversation is so key. It sounds banal, but I think there's times, and I want to talk a little bit about our declaration we wrote together with our 2030, which has been successful. I mean, 100 people have signed from literally across the globe. But I think the goal of that was not only to have people sign, it was also that I want to speak a little bit about how it was generated, and I think how it can be used also in conversations which are maybe not as easy as the ones which seem to be happening here this forum now, in the sense that like we're all here because we think this is an important issue. So I think when it started, for those who don't know the declaration, it came out of that myself, Caitlin, Luis Farshu from Art 2030, we saw each other on panels about climate issues, and we felt that the conversation, you know, often was like that people would come up to us as we would speak on the panel and would say like, we'd like to do something. I remember this art insurance person in Berlin, especially, who said, I'd love to do something, but there's the curators, there's the museum, there's the conservators, there's the transport companies. So we felt like they needed a declaration where everybody could sign that they have good intent, so that people didn't feel stuck, but like, I would like to, but so that can de-block. But really, and this is my little point I wanted to make, it was also a way to spread information, because I think that the information, especially on how impactful kind of dealing with climate control can be in terms of, you know, energy consumption and also related costs, is not and was not that known, and is becoming more known through conferences like this. And I think that the declaration now, if you've already signed it, I wanted to mention that I still think it's a good conversation starter. That's how we also brought it. If you come upon resistance, not that people necessarily need to sign, but just to say, maybe, do you know this? Because the reason I'm saying this, that in advance of this conference, which is something I was a bit surprised of, because I haven't experienced it, but Caitlin told me that like some of you who are in this conference assume curators, correct, Caitlin? Like it said that they sometimes did fall upon resistance also from artists, which is news to me, but obviously I believe it, if that's, and I think that artists are humans too. I mean, we're supposed to be innovators, but I guess, you know, then sometimes we also need a little bit more of information, or some of us. And I think the declaration is good also to pass on this information, that it's not just an opinion which is voiced, which is how I often felt like, oh, I got some information from Caitlin or from other people at SMPK in Berlin, and I would pass on that information. But I think to have something, especially after the CMOM endorsement 2 years ago, which is kind of circulating in the world officially, that people across the globe have signed, is helpful if you encounter resistance. Because I think, and this may be my last point, because I think what we're trying to do is just remind that the declaration exists. Please sign if you can, but please also use it if you need it, like in the way I was saying, because I think also, I mean, certain standards get set, like we heard in the last conversation, also double standards get set out of just bad habits also. But, and this is the point I'd like to make, also out of a sort of certain luxury, like something seems normal in the 20th century, where we assumed in the 20th century there was an abundance of resources. And this is, of course, an old point, but I still think like a point which is sometimes in everyday life and habitual patterns not so easy to digest, like something which was normal 50 years ago, which we could afford, which we had the luxury to afford, is maybe not affordable today. And I think that's why this declaration, that's why there's this conference, like it was somewhat affordable to set rigid standards, to spend a lot of energy, a lot of money on fully climate controlling a lot of museums across the globe, not all, with like the famous exceptions, like the Vatican, and you'll probably know more than me. But that was a luxury, one which could be afforded at the time. I think it's a good point to say, but that's something we can't afford now, and we also don't want to afford. So something which might seem to you, whoever you might be talking to, and as I've understood, maybe even an artist, what seems to you as normal, what you grew up to, is basically not normal, but it's a luxury, and not one that we can continue to afford. And I think that's where we are right now. And that's what I wanted to kind of just pass on as a little also reminder of this declaration. Also, if you want to publish the declaration, we haven't published it in a big way, like in a big daily newspaper, which we still might, but we've published it in like, let's say, institutional outlets. So if it's also something that you want to publish, I think probably Caitlin, as you're here on this conference, is a good go-to person. I think any kind of publishing of the signatures that have been, which are quite impressive, I think that's the way to do it. And it's also a way of course, raising awareness of this topic, which, you know, as Caitlin and all of you, Caitlin said, and all of you probably have also said in your local context, is the best way for museums and exhibition places to kind of, you know, take care of their carbon footprint.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tino. I think it's really important to just be reminded of this. And I love what you said about the idea of luxury. And we, you know, we were all very privileged to grow up in kind of, I don't know, the ignorance is bliss era. I mean, it was really, you know, the 90s, the early 2000s, where it's like, oh, right, climate change, something about that, something somewhere. But like, in the meantime, look at all of this. It's, you know, December in Denmark and I have a pineapple. I mean, all of the conveniences of modern life, all of the, and this, Joel Taylor talked about this as well, this ability to control. And the which we didn't have before, and as we can see is also not international. And so I think it's really important for us to understand that that was a privilege. It's going away. We are no longer in a situation where we can take advantage of some of these circumstances that we've been taking advantage of for a long time, especially when it comes to energy consumption. Because basically what's happening right now is that, you know, energy is getting more expensive. As our budgets are being cut in the cultural sector, we're not able to afford them. I mean, the instigation behind the first International Climate Control Conference was, well, it was you, but it was also the energy crisis. And, you know, every museums around Europe were freaking out, thinking that they might have to close their doors because they couldn't afford their energy bills. So I think it's really, really important.
Of course, I 100% agree. And I always appreciate the way you can like so swiftly summarize something that has been said. Just to go back to the pineapple metaphor, which is so correct. It's a luxury, but on the other hand, like the 21st century, I think as a culture, if we go beyond, let's say, climate control, climate change, is that like we also realize maybe a pineapple in December is also not that tasty. And there's also something nice about the seasons and looking forward to eating it at the right moment, you know, or eating the right food at the right moment. So this is also something. And then, you know, going back to museums, I mean, you know, maybe there's something about also sensing what is going on with the weather in a way outside. Like I'm like beyond climate control, I like to sometimes make sure that, you know, when the overlay, how do you say this, like as an artist, let's say, I like sometimes, you know, my work is different because it really doesn't need climate control, but like to let the weather, the outside light comes in. Renzo Piano also has that a lot in his museums, you know, there's something about also experiencing inside what's going on outside, which I talked about last time. I'm not going to go into this. But yeah, it's not only a luxury, maybe there's also luxury in the season, availability in a weird way. Okay, I'll stop there.
No, we could talk about this all day, you know that, but I think it is really important for us also to understand the role of the artist in this. And, you know, we were talking with Louisiana Museum of Modern Art yesterday, and contemporary art does have different requirements than art that's been around for a couple thousand years, simply because the art that's been around for a couple thousand years has probably experienced some of the climactic fluctuations that we're so scared of. So it's more robust. It can handle that. But, you know, if we're working with fragile materials like certain plastics or acrylics that aren't going to be as sturdy in the face of changes, there might need to be a conversation about, you know, does the artwork have a lifetime? Does it have a lifespan? Do we say that we can let art die?
And I think, I mean, you mentioned that to me in our talk before, and I'll try to be short, but I was a little bit confused. I mean, like I said, I believed you, but I was a little bit confused because, let's say, the contemporary, what we think of as contemporary, obviously there's contemporary painting, but let's say contemporary art in many instances is like video installations, my case, live work. I mean, all of that doesn't really need climate control, you know? So I was a bit confused because that was something that at the very beginning, like what I also felt uncomfortable is like, well, like a lot of what me and my colleagues do, like I don't need climate control. James Coleman doesn't need climate control. Philip Moreno doesn't need climate control. You know, Dominic Gonzalez-Förster doesn't need climate control. Like if I looked around me, like who actually, why are we stuck in all of this energy consumption? Because we actually don't need it, you know? So that's this whole conversation we've also had in Berlin at the National Gallery, which is built in you like about sectors, which I'm sure you've had many times there, like creating different sectors. I was super happy to hear from the Philippines, the kind of climate frames. I think that's all good. And I hope it's, and the more we speak about it, the more this knowledge is going to spread.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's really what this is about is, you know, getting some transparency around this, inviting these conversations, as you just pointed out, you know, it's no longer okay to point the finger. And what you mentioned earlier, you know, there's always the but. I want to do this, but the conservator says no, the curator says no, the artist says no, the, you know, museum director says no. We've heard from everyone over the course of the last 2 days. And I think what we've learned, what we've taken away from this is that we can no longer make excuses saying we want to, but, because if we haven't had that conversation, we don't know. And we have to stop making assumptions that the artist would say no, or the curator would say no, or the conservator would say no, facilities team would say no, unless we have those conversations. And then what we've seen is that in every case that there has been a conversation, there has been a solution. Like the microclimates in the frames that was just presented, such a brilliant example. There was not a no, there was a solution. I love that. Yeah. And we saw that yesterday with Art Bridges. They have a no policy on their loans. It's, you know, if this artwork doesn't work out, let's find one that will, and let's make this work together. Because guess what? We're all in the same team. Isn't that kind of fun?
Hopefully.
That's optimistic, Tina. Thanks.
Okay, guys.
Well, so wonderful. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to hang out with us.
No, I wish I could listen longer. I was really fascinated to see a discourse developing, also differentiating. I could really feel that physically listening to this, to what was said before.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Everything's recorded. This will all be put online. So
yeah, I'll check it out later for sure. I will.
Fantastic. Well,
good luck and with everything.
Thank you so much,
everybody.
Tino. It's great to see you. Talk soon.
Bye.
All right. Well, it's so wonderful to have so many amazing people with us over the last couple of days. And I'm just absolutely overwhelmed by the amount of hard work, the amount of energy and passion that people have put into this, the amount of time that everyone has put into this, and the amount of impact that we've all had. And it's so exciting to see how everything is coming, how the needle is changing. You know, we're moving in the right direction. And I'm really excited to continue these conversations. I have promised people that I would talk about loan agreements. So I know we're at time. Obviously, this is being recorded. So if you need to hop off, I understand. But if you have 5 more minutes, I'm going to do a very, very quick discussion about loan agreement solutions and also the deliverables and outputs that you're going to be seeing from the Danish cohort and what's next for us in the climate control conversation. So I'm going to share my screen very quickly. I won't do the entire presentation, but I will do just a couple of suggestions here. As we talked about over the course of the last 2 days, loan agreements have traditionally been a big barrier for cultural institutions in updating their climate control practices. either because they feel that they're set in stone, because maybe they didn't understand that contracts are actually just starting off points for negotiations. They're not set in stone, or because they have requirements from lenders that maintain really strict parameters. So I wanted to just go over some tips and suggestions for new practices. And these have come out of the programming that we've done in the climate control program, along with the Danish cohort, as well as our colleagues in North America. So one thing I think is really important when we're looking at loan agreements is not only looking at what's going on for our borrowers or our lenders, but also what we're doing ourselves. Are we being transparent? Are we inviting conversations? Are we requiring the same conditions in our loans that we have in our collections? And this is so important for so many reasons. First of all, because it removes this fear factor that we have around discussions with loan agreements. Once again, as we've heard over and over, loan agreements are contracts between two institutions to make a loan work. And if we operate from the idea that we're all on the same team, that we all want to make this loan agreement work, we'll realize that loan agreements can change. Loan agreements are not instruction manuals. I want to repeat that. They are not instruction manuals. They do not tell you what to do. As we learned when we were talking about the government indemnity scheme, the indemnity scheme is there to provide risk. The loan agreement is there to provide context. It's there to make sure that everyone is on the same page regarding what the loan agreements is going to happen during the loan. But it's completely changeable. So what I want to do is make some suggestions for what more sustainable loan agreements might look like. One of the really exciting things that came out of our conversations with the Danish cohort was the idea of flipping the narrative. SMK, Stadsmuseum for Kunst, had a brilliant Beyond Brilliant loan agreement, which I would like to encourage people to adopt, which is basically, instead of saying we require that you have X, Y, and Z, it says at our museum, we practice X, Y, and Z. So that's what our collections are used to. And that's what we would like for you to have something similar, because that's the best practice for our collections, is to maintain that stability. Of course, this also invites conversation. So once again, I think it's really, really important for us to have that transparency around what our loan agreements are saying, and then invite conversations. Because once again, loans are about making art accessible. It's not about trying to, force other people to live up to unrealistic standards. If we think about what a loan is, it's really about a way that we can make our art more accessible. So we want this to work. We want to do this in the best way. So this is one way that you can approach your loans. And I encourage everyone to go back to their loan agreements and see what it says. This not only provides more open and transparent conversations around our practices, but it also helps support conversations with our lenders and borrowers about what they're doing. The next one we talked about as well with the indemnity scheme, and that's the trust clause. And we've seen this work really, really well with the Royal Ontario Museum, where they say that we trust our borrowers to treat our collections as they would their own. Obviously, this goes back to some of the conversations we were having earlier about building more relationships with our colleagues at other institutions, building that trust. That's why conversations like this are so important, so that we're all on the same page and we trust each other. And then that can be reflected on our loans. So once again, if you are comfortable with who you're lending or borrowing or whatever transaction is taking place, it's really a great option to be able to just say, we trust you. We know that you're going to take care of our stuff as if it was your own. The last option that I also really like is the idea of putting an appendix or a supplement document to your loan agreement. My lawyer always has me do this with all of my contracts. She says that the best way that you can approach contracts is have a main contract that's very vague and can be universally applicable, and then put the specifics in an appendix. That way you can change it. It's really, really easy. Instead of saying in the loan agreement, we require X, Y, and Z, you can say, we require certain conditions, see the appendix. And then in the appendix, you can make the changes. This is the best way to be more bespoke, more tailored around what the requirements are for a specific loan. And as we know, best practice for collections care is more tailored and more specific. So it's really a great way that we can look case by case basis what the needs are of the individual object, and then be able to include that in the loan agreement. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense to say that, every single object in our collection needs 5% plus or minus, or 50% plus or minus 5, 20 degrees plus or minus 2. That makes no sense. What if you have a bunch of rocks? I'm a stone conservator. I can tell you right now, they don't need that. So it's really nice for us to be able to have that flexibility. And then that way you don't need 5,000 different loan agreements. You can have one standard loan agreement that just says, for environmental requirements, see Appendix X. And then you go down to the appendix, you can fill in the specific needs. Once again, if you don't have the in-house expertise, you can say refer to BIZO, but if it's in the appendix, it gives you that flexibility to change it when you want to. And then also it invites more opportunity for conversation. And you can literally write that in the appendix. You can also write, if you have questions or concerns about meeting these requirements, please contact us. And I highly, highly encourage people to invite more conversations around this. I want to say that I work with a lot of institutions in the US, and so many of the museums there say, oh yeah, we would love to, update our climate control, but we can't because of MoMA, we can't because of the Met. And, I actually went to the conservation studio at the Met and I said, have you guys ever had a conversation with a borrower about the environmental requirements? And they looked at me and they said, no, I don't think we have. I said, we'd have to double check with the registration team. But I was shocked that the conservators at the Met told me that they had not had conversations around this, which means that we're not asking questions, that we are not inviting negotiations. And this is what's missing from this conversation, is this idea that loan agreements are not set in stone. They're simply starting off points for conversation. So if your museum cannot meet the requirements of a loan, ask. Ask if they'd be willing to accept BIZO. Ask if they'd be willing to make some changes. Ask if there's another solution. Because as we've seen during this conference, there are always solutions. Whether it's putting something in a microclimate, whether it's putting it in a different gallery, or maybe you do need to have a different artwork that comes instead of this one. But we're kind of at the point right now where maybe that's okay. All right, there's my lecture for you guys on loan agreements. I hope that it's helpful. I hope that it helps to get us thinking a little bit more about what we're putting in our own loan agreements. And I'm really, really excited indeed. We've got this fantastic declaration as well coming out from the European Registrars Group. And thank you, Joel, for sharing that. I think that there's going to be more conversations about that as the research is published. So Joel, thank you so much for sharing that. Okay. It has been a phenomenal couple of days. I am so incredibly grateful to all of you guys for your time, your energy, for your interest in this topic. I think what we've seen, in the first climate control conference, we really got some ideas about what climate control is and why we have it and what best practice is. And I think what we've seen over the last 2 days is that there's a lot that we can do to save money, save energy, and save carbon when it comes to climate control. And it doesn't always necessarily mean changing our parameters. That is obviously a very easy thing. Well, easy. That is a very straightforward idea, maybe not so easy to execute, takes some time and energy, but there's a lot of other things that we can do too. Optimizing our systems, cleaning your HVAC, what a concept. Implementing AI. There are so many really cool solutions for us. Putting double pane windows up. I mean, insulation in a building, that's elementary, right? But a lot of museums are not built with that in mind. So I'm really excited that there have been so many solutions shared with us today. And I think one thing that I want to also emphasize here, two things I want to emphasize is, when it comes to climate control, the other thing that we've really talked about over the last 2 days is this idea of ideal conditions or best practice. And I think what we've seen is that best practice, I've said this 100 times, I'll say it 100 more, it is not a table in a book. It is applying your own knowledge about your collection based on your experience and your skill set to determine what is best for the collection. The other thing that I think is really important is that we have to move away from this idea of perfection or ideal conditions. Because guess what? We are in the throes of a climate crisis. I think I shared this with everyone, but there was a horrible hurricane. I think it was the worst one since Katrina that hit the United States a couple of months ago. And it destroyed a town called Asheville, North Carolina. And that's where my parents live. So very, very grateful that they are safe. Very, very grateful that they didn't have too much damage. They just got drinkable water, I think on Friday. So it was 2 months without water. Climate change is literally hitting home for me. It's literally hitting home from all of us. This is no longer something that is, a couple years down the road. And that means that it's hitting home for our collections too. We are going to be seeing some really extreme weather events in the next few years. And it's not only scary for our own health and safety, but it is scary for our collections' health and safety. And I have to say that instead of actually trying to keep our collections in this really, really, really tight, perfect conditions, maybe we actually need to start thinking about how we can make our collections more resilient to what's coming. There's so many collections that have indeed proved fluctuations. They've experienced the highs and lows of the historic climate. But guess what? Those highs and lows are changing now. They're getting higher, they're getting lower. We're getting more extremes. We're getting crazy fluctuations. I mean, I'm living in Rome and it literally went from summer to winter overnight. It dropped 20 degrees. It was absolutely 20 degrees Celsius. It was absolutely crazy how fast the weather changed. And if our collections aren't used to that, there can be damage that we haven't seen before. And so maybe actually best practice now is instead of trying to maintain perfection, we're trying to build resilience. We're actually in a safe and controlled way, expanding the capacities and the resilience of our collections by, in a controlled way, exposing them to maybe some of those wider ranges. That's a very, very out there thought. I think that merits an entire another conversation. So we'll continue that. But the last thing I want to mention before I let you all go enjoy the rest of your morning, evening, and afternoon is that I think the biggest takeaway from this event is that this is all about collaboration. It's communication is key, and it's really exciting to be able to do this together. I think that one of the biggest barriers to making changes to climate control in the past has been the fact that basically we haven't been having the conversations that we need to have. We haven't included all of the stakeholders and all of the departments, all of the individuals who need to be involved. And I think that what we've seen is that the more, the merrier. The more people we get involved in these conversations, the more impact that we can have. The more interdisciplinary approaches, the more solutions we find. And the more we work together as a field, as a sector, not just within our institutions, but collectively across institutions, the more progress we're going to make. And also the more trust we build up and the more that we can do in other parts of sustainability, including virtual courier, including crate sharing, all kinds of fun things are going to be possible for us. So I would love to sum up today by telling you what the next steps are. Obviously, if you would like more information on getting involved in the Getting Climate Control Under Control program, please reach out to me. As I mentioned, we obviously just started the program in France. We're going to be launching in Finland next year, in conversations for a project in Sweden. But basically, this program is open to everyone. So if your museum or institution needs some support in updating your climate control, we are here to help. And as you can see, it works. So that's very exciting. And of course, if you need any support or inspiration, the most important thing that we can do with this program, with this conference, with each other is share. So we are really excited that we are going to be sharing the recording of this conference. It will be published on the Key Futures YouTube channel, as well as individual case studies published on our website. In addition, the Danish cohort has also created individual case studies that are narratives. So these are in print, and they really walk through in more detail the journey behind each individual museum's progress. So please check that out. That will be published on our website as well as the case study recording and the conference presentation. And finally, we are going to be publishing an impact report, which is going to be an overview of the Danish cohort program in numbers. I have to say, I've been working on it. It is really exciting. So I'm super, super stoked to be sharing that with you guys. These will all be published later next week, I believe. I'll have to double check that, but keep an eye out on everything for when the publications go live. I would love to thank all of you guys for joining us today. A huge, huge thank you to our sponsors, Articheck and Diseco, for your generous contributions and the possibility to make this happen. A huge, huge thank you to our partner organizations, ICOM France and the Danish Museum Association, for your trust in this project, your bravery to go out there and make this happen. And the biggest thank you ever to our champions and our coaches for your leadership in this space, for all of your hard work, and for making this a reality. It's just been the greatest pleasure ever to be able to work with all of you, and also to be able to share this with everyone. So thank you guys so much for joining us. This has been a fabulous couple of days. I can't wait for continued conversations and really look forward to keeping in touch and keeping you guys posted, helping to support your climate control conversations. And I hope that if you do one thing this week, it's that you go back to your institution, look at your loan agreement, look at your climate control, and say, what change can we make first? Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Looking forward to speaking with you soon.